think we're going to start then. So welcome to Concurrent Session 1.3. You have been assigned to the room Interdisciplinary Global Citizenship Education for Tertiary and Pre-Service Education. My name is Chris Castle. I'm from UNESCO in Paris, and it's my great pleasure to be moderating this concurrent session today. I imagine we may still have some of our colleagues trickle in because it's quite an adventure to get through the elevators in this hotel, as we probably all discovered. It likes to stop in lots of different floors on its way. So for the next 90 minutes, we're going to have a discussion on tertiary and pre-service education in relation to global citizenship education. We're going to start with presentations from three esteemed colleagues. Then we're going to have an opportunity for discussion following that. We may have an opportunity after each presentation for a little bit of clarification or questions if there's a burning need to do that. And that's kind of the plan for the next 90 minutes. There is, I believe, interpretation for those of you who wish to have it in Korean or in English, but I think all of our presenters are speaking in English today. So what's going to happen is each speaker is going to come up after I introduce them and make their presentation, and then following the three presentations, the entire panel will come up here at the front table and we will have our discussion. So today we have Natia, who tells me I shouldn't even attempt to say her family name because it's really difficult to pronounce. She is an expert on democratic citizenship and a member of the Bureau of Education Committee of the Council of Europe in Georgia. After her, we will have Bisala Sala, who's the Principal Education Officer, Federal Ministry of Education in Nigeria. And then finally, we will hear from Serafin Arviola Jr., who's the Director of GCED Cooperation Center, Philippines at the Philippine Normal University. So those are our three presenters, and without further ado, I'd like to invite Natia to come up and begin her presentation.
Thank you, Christopher. Good morning, everybody. My name is Natia Natsvlishvili. Very complicated last name, I know. That's why you can simply call me Natia. Today, this morning, I'll talk about GCED and pre-service teacher education programs in Georgia. But before I will explain what we are doing for future teachers, I will give you a very short background information. Just can you help me with this? I'm not sure if it's work. Thank you. If you will ask me where is global citizenship education in Georgian education system, I will simply tell you that it's everywhere or almost everywhere. Everywhere means that it's very nicely written in educational documents regulating education policy and practice in Georgia. And why we are doing this? Yesterday, my director, Professor Berika Shukakidze, was talking about importance of global citizenship education and transformative education for people who are trying to liberate themselves from so-called post-Soviet mental set, Soviet mental cages. So for us, it's very important to feel that we are part of the global citizenship, global society. And yesterday we talked a lot that it's important to try to live peacefully in the diverse society, in this interconnected society. And Mr. Castle is representing the Peace and Sustainable Division of UNESCO. And in Georgia, when we are saying in the morning each other and we are saying good morning, we don't say good morning. We say have a morning of peace. At the evening, we say, have an evening of peace, have an evening of night. So peace for us is like codified in the language. It's part of our historical and national understanding, how we want to live, what we want to do in our lives. So living peacefully together in the universe is a key message for us, for ourselves. So it's really important to do everything, to invest everything to live peacefully in the universe together. In my 15 minutes, I'll try to cover 3 main dimensions: curriculum, research, and practical implementation dimensions of what we are doing in education system in Georgia. I feel quite lucky that you now, everybody knows what's this very beautiful, nice butterfly. Yesterday, Mr. Kalin Rus was talking about reference framework of competencies for democratic culture. Georgia was part of the development and implementation of the framework from very early beginning, and we use RFCDC, as we call very shortly. We use RFCDC as an entry point to other conceptual areas. Mr. Aaron mentioned yesterday that there are 2 levels, conceptual and operational levels. Conceptually, this is entry point for us to go to peace education, to go to intercultural education, global citizenship education, education for democratic citizenship and human rights education. For every nice concept is behind this butterfly, because for us it became very practical instrument. We have 20 nice competencies. There's everything. Yesterday we talked about empathy and we talked about responsibility. They're here. But behind we have descriptors, 447 descriptors describing very concretely how these nice competencies should be transferred into practice. So this pedagogical instrument is, I would like to say again, like entry point to global citizenship areas. There you will find climate education, environmental education, and conflict resolution skills and everything. So for us, this is really key message. As for the national basics for pre-service teacher education programs, I have to mention that first of all, we have national education strategy. Internationally, our strategy is based on 2 documents. The first is Sustainable Development Goals, and another, I already mentioned, RFCDC, Reference Framework for Competencies for Democratic Culture. So everything we are doing in education should be based on the national strategy. Then we have national qualification frameworks, where explicitly is written again and again about citizenship education. National education standards for teachers and school principals are also mentioning about citizenship education, human rights education, and democratic culture. And national curriculum, now we are implementing so-called 3rd generation national curriculum, which means that newest one. The characteristics for our national curriculum can be said that very, very democratic. We have 3 options. Global citizenship education is for us transversal responsibility for all teaching levels and all subject teachers. So everybody, sports teacher, literature teacher, physics teacher, should work on citizenship education as well. But also we have separate subjects, me and society for primary education, citizenship education for basic and secondary and upper secondary education levels. But also we have subject blocks, sciences, where you will find more information about, for instance, climate education. And so curriculum is very flexible for us, and they're everything, theoretically and practically. Official part of our national curriculum is working on projects. Yesterday, Mr. Berika Shukakidze mentioned that we are offering school project to teachers and students. So every teacher should work on formally. It's part of formal education. It's not informal or non-formal activity. On school projects where they should reflect on citizenship education themes and topics. And also we have, it's already second year, every teacher who wants to get certificate, so-called qualification certificate, should work on citizenship education themes as well on the national exams. Up to 20 universities are implementing in Georgia pre-service teacher education programs. There are private universities, state universities, regional universities. Personally, I teach in 5 universities in Georgia, and we are trying to prepare our teachers how to work in a diverse, multicultural, intercultural world, and we are trying to equip them with the modern teaching strategies and knowledge and skills and everything. So universities are implementing bachelor, master, and so-called 60-credit preparation courses. 60-credit courses are getting more and more popular because it's a short way to become teachers, and also universities are offering training courses, training modules for in-service teachers to society. And last time became very popular to develop studies and research on intercultural education, global citizenship education, and democratic competencies for democratic culture. Specifications of the courses are diverse, but generally we say that we have 1 semester, 15 weeks courses. I'm not mentioning about number of credits because it's up to universities. They are deciding based on their program structures about the number of credits. But the main courses we are implementing in this direction are intercultural education, human rights education, children's rights, democratic culture and human rights, and sustainable development goals. These are mandatory courses, and I will say again, every university in Georgia who is preparing future teachers are organizing these courses. We know that for educators, resources are everything. Without resources, we cannot do nothing. From 2009, we are very actively implementing resources from the Council of Europe about education for democratic citizenship and human rights education. Every school is receiving free at least 2 copies of the materials, but also we are implementing very nice, and I propose you to check later livingdemocracy.com. It's free. Resources for teachers, for school principals, and for parents, how to build a democratic society together. This platform is developed by the Zurich University for the teacher education, and it's supported by the Council of Europe, and we are lucky that we have these resources in Georgian as well. This is multilingual web page, and already 14 languages are there, so maybe you will find your language as well, or maybe later, I don't know. We are developing journals, magazines. National Center for Teachers Professional Development is developing the journal about global citizenship education. And from November, from the last week of October, we will have very solid list of APSEU materials in Georgian. So resources are everywhere. And I mentioned that in my presentation, I will cover implementation, practical dimension as well. So education e-house is part of this practical dimension. National Center for Teachers Professional Development decided to collect everything, every resource and every service which is for educators, collect on the educational platform, and to offer free for it's not only for teachers or for future teachers, it's for everybody who wants to contribute to this work. On the practical level, we have also state program in the National Center for Teachers' Professional Development, Democratic Culture and Human Rights Education. A state program, when I'm saying this, means that we have state budget, human resources dedicated to this work. And we are not working only for in-service or pre-service programs. It's again and again for everybody who wants to participate in this work. Very, very shortly about achievements and challenges. I can proudly say that our main achievement is availability and accessibility. I said at the beginning that global citizenship education is literally everywhere in Georgian education system. But sometimes, not sometimes, but very often, universities are complaining that because of the low status of teachers' profession, results are not what we really want to have. And also, it's a big problem that sometimes it's not very strong link between universities and schools. Universities are investing a lot to prepare future teachers, but the link for the future workplace, it's not enough strong. We are trying to invest more in this way and to build very strong bridges. Here I have my contact details. If you will have any questions, reflections, or need some clarifications, just feel free to send a message, maybe later. Now I'm ready for your questions. If you have any comments, please feel free. Thank you.
So thanks very much, Natia, for your presentation. Are there any comments, questions for clarification before we move on to the next presentation? I think it was pretty clear. Not seeing any hands. So, okay, thanks very much. We'll look forward to having you join us for the discussion. Now I'd like to invite our next presenter, which will be Bisala Sala from Nigeria. Please come up.
Next presentation, please. Good morning. I bring the warmest regards, greetings from Nigeria. I've already been introduced. I'm an education officer working with the Federal Ministry of Education. Thank you very much. The director, staff of APSU, and my co-participants. Thank you for having me here. Well, the title of my presentation is GCED, a pivot for pre-service teachers' education. I think basically my topic has already been discussed yesterday, especially at the third plenary. But I will seek permission from the moderator to do a recap, to use my presentation as a recap in order to save time. Okay, these are the content we'll talk about, the 4 pillars of learning, the 4 thematic areas and 3 learning domains of GCED. GCED and the pre-service teachers' education, the importance of GCED in the pre-service teachers' education program, and of course, the way forward. Before I start, I just want us to have a reflection or have an imagination of you being a learner in a classroom, and a teacher walks in, a subject teacher walks in, and only for you as a learner to discover that the teacher has nothing to offer. How will you feel? I'm very sure you'll all be confused, but we'll come to that answer later. And also, I want you to put yourself in the position of being a facilitator or a teacher in class, where you come into a classroom, your learners are all prepared to learn, to hear from you. And it turns out that you yourself, being a teacher, has nothing to offer. You're saying things out of context. Have that imagination within you. We'll come to that. Yeah, this is a brief introduction, which I believe has been taken care of yesterday. But here, I just want to lay emphasis here on the third paragraph, which says, the teacher is a vessel of which formal education is transmitted to learners. That's a very key word, or one of the major functions of being a teacher. You transmit. The mind is just like passing an information to a blank mind, where the state of a child, the mind is kind of completely blank. You need to fill in that space. Without that, I don't think we're all here to learn. And we should also have it in mind that GCED, let's look at the second paragraph. At the same time, we cannot overlook the role of education in inculcating the non-cognitive learning outcome, such as value, ethics, social responsibility, civic engagement, and citizenship. That's also a key factor of you being a teacher. Now, the 4 pillars of education, which I believe we basically know. The first is learning to know. As a blank slate, there's always that urge to know things. And it should interest us that there's this feeling we normally have that when you know something, you keep and continually want to know more about that same thing. True or false? True or false? And also, it is about acquiring the ability to know, explore, and understand the world. And which is basically why we are here. We are here to learn, to know, isn't it? Good. Then the second pillar, learning to be. We've known certain things. We want to be like that thing, and also to develop ourselves on that. Like, let me use myself as a typical example. I've heard about the MDG goals, the MDGs, which later transcended to the SDG. But sincerely speaking, GCED was recently known by me. And ever since I got to know about GCED, I never relented. I keep making effort to know, and if I'm to evaluate myself, I'll call myself a global citizen. Thanks to APSEU. Thank you. Then learning to live together. In Nigeria, I don't know if people use broom here to sweep, but those of us from Africa, and I think some part of the Asian countries, there's what we use in sweeping. We call it broom. You can easily break a stick, but you hardly break a bunch. So living together means strength. We can always overcome challenges when we stand in unity than being separate. Learning to do. This pillar consists of developing all their individual skills. As a result, they become independent and responsible. Therefore, this pillar includes all the pillars previously mentioned. This is one of the greatest pillars to me, because it's really unfortunate that the world is faced with so many challenges. What do we need to do? Take action, not just sit down and look. Action is what is required there. We know these problems. The problems have been analyzed. But what next? Taking action. Then the 4 thematic areas and 3 learning domains of GCED. Here, the thematic areas of GCED. To understand selves and others. I need to understand myself to know my neighbor. I need to understand my culture to understand your own culture. If I don't understand your culture, definitely conflict will come in, true or false. But when we get to understand each other, and interestingly, let me say something. There's always similarities in our culture, in one way or the other. There's always a connection, in one way or the other. The third, understand global challenges and opportunities. I think basically we know what the world is facing. We know our challenges. Until we understand those challenges, we'll never have a way to solve those challenges. Then taking action for collective well-being and sustainable development. It's very easy to destroy, very easy. A single bomb can destroy this building in a matter of seconds. But to rebuild this same structure, you know what it cost. True or false? Good. Then building peace and resolving conflict. It is natural in we humans to always have conflict. It's very natural. Very, very natural and human. But resolving those conflicts is what should be paramount in everything we do. Yeah, there are situations where your colleague makes you angry, but it takes maturity to handle such scenarios. Then the learning domains, the cognitive, we have the social emotional domain, behavioral domain. In the cognitive, to acquire knowledge, understand, and critically think about global, regional, national, and local issues. Here, I think the home is usually the first point of call. You're born in a home and not a society. If you have peace in your home, if you practice GCED in your home, definitely the home makes the community. The community makes the society, and the society makes the larger community. Then social emotional domain. To have a sense of belonging, you must belong somewhere. You belong to a home. That home is located in a community. That community in a society. There's no way, you can't just be on your own. No man is an island to himself. And that is where the issue of connectivity comes in. Then behavioral domain, to act effectively and responsibly. Well, I carried out a project which was sponsored by APCU, and I worked with the children at the basic and secondary level. And sincerely speaking, I've been receiving reports in terms of change in behavior, where these learners come together to solve problems. It's a very visible result, which we've seen. Then GCED and the pre-service teachers education. Here, I just want to talk more here. To be an effective teacher, it's easy. But to be a responsive teacher is difficult without having the knowledge of GCED. We know the traditional education system which we practice, especially in Nigeria, where the teacher comes into the class, have a one-way communication with these students or learners. And the learners in the other way just believe, okay, give us the notes, give us the materials, we'll read, and when exam comes, we pass. Evaluation then was based on written examinations. But for a teacher to be more effective, GCED has to be inculcated in our curriculum, either directly or indirectly. I can't talk about solving problems in the world to my learners when I have no knowledge about it. So I believe we should empower these teachers with the knowledge of GCED for them to transmit to these learners. And there's always this belief it's a belief in me that at my age, I'm 40, I have little to offer to the world. But with my little son at home and our children, they have much more to solve the world problems. On this note, GCED requires skilled educators to have a good understanding for transformative and preparatory teaching and learning. The main role of the educator is to be a guide or facilitator, encouraging learners to engage in critical inquiries and supporting the development of knowledge, skills, value, attitudes that promote positive personal and social change, which is very vital. You may be a teacher and you come to class and you say, tell the students, 1 + 1 is what? And they tell you 2. And when exam comes, you ask them the same question. 1 + 1, you put a question mark, and they come and put 2, and you give them a red pass. And you think it ends there. But how can they translate what you've taught them into reality? That's where the issue of place-based learning comes in. You take them to a place where there are challenges, and you let them think critically and say, now there's erosion here. How do you think we can prevent this thing in the next 2 or when the next hazard comes? Let them think and proffer solutions. The only thing you being an educator is to direct them, guide them, and let them solve problems. This is a continuation. There's a saying that says, you cannot give what you don't have, which brings us to the fact that GCED and pre-service teachers education program should aim at enabling learners, 1, to develop and understand global governance, structure, rights and responsibility, global issues, and connection between global, national, and local systems and processes. There's always problem in our homes. If you allow this problem to linger, it will move to the community. If you allow that problem to linger in the community, it will lead to the society. If you allow that problem to linger, you know what it means. It becomes a national issue. And when it becomes a national issue, without offering solutions to solve those problems, it becomes a world problem. We are faced with so much challenges. Climate change, which has really affected some part of Nigeria when it comes to the farming aspect. To recognize and appreciate differences and multiple identities, such as culture, language, religion, gender, and our common humanity, to develop skills for living in an increasingly diverse world. This is my first time of being in South Korea, but sincerely, it's a very nice place to be. The people are very welcoming. They tolerate religion, culture, and I hope to be here someday. Thank you. And this is also the third one, to develop and apply critical skills for civic literacy, such as critical inquiries, information technology, media literacy, critical thinking, decision-making, problems living, negotiation, peace building, and personal social responsibility. These are contents which are all in GCED. And as a teacher, if you don't have this knowledge, there's no way you can teach what you don't have. There's no way. So that's why we really want to plead with the international community, sometimes to change curriculum, especially in Africa, is usually very difficult. Very difficult. But I believe with proper advocacy and sensitization to the top government office holders, political wills, it can be changed for GCED to be inculcated in our curriculum. Is to develop values of fairness and social justice, skills to critical analyze inequalities based on gender, socio-economic status, culture, religion, and age, and other issues. To participate in and contribute to contemporary global issues at local and... Now, this is also a very vital point, which brings us to the issue of place-based learning or project where you take the learners to where situations are and tell them this is what is affecting our environment today. What do you think the solution can be tomorrow? Let them think outside the box. And I bet you'll be so surprised that these children prefer solutions, alternative solutions, so many to solving these problems. The importance of GCED in the pre-service teachers education program. It helps the student teacher become competent and committed full-time teacher who apply principles and social emotion. To promote teachers as agents of change, which is very vital. You're a guardian, you're a facilitator. So the lifestyle you live is what these children see in you, and they believe is the right way. So if you live the negative way, they will follow you. To promote teachers, okay, to sensitize teachers towards the protection of human rights, promote peace, equality, justice, empathy. We talked so much about empathy yesterday. You wouldn't understand someone's problem until you put yourself in that person's position. Now, it's really unfortunate. In the north, thank God for the effort of the government in Nigeria. I'm very sure you've heard of the Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria, the rate of kidnapping, but thank God for the present government. Now, these people are being rehabilitated, those that have surrendered. And surprisingly, when you hear from them, they tell you they never knew. It means they've been living in the dark. And literally, Boko Haram means against the Western education. But what is education? To change. So if you look at it, to them what they are doing seems good until they are being educated on what the Western education is. It encourages teachers to see themselves as global citizens, act as global citizens, collaborate for foster unity, to foster unity and peaceful coexistence, to develop the required skills and application of social emotion. The teacher needs to become an efficient teacher. Now, the way forward, I didn't put more illustration here, but how do we go about having GCED? Okay, time. Yeah, I said, you and I, as team players, you know more about GCED. I know about GCED. So if we don't team up, it will be a very difficult situation for us. The stakeholders in education, continual advocacy and sensitization, political will by political office holders and top government officials. These factors come together to make GCED possible. The conclusion, as a teacher or stakeholders, we should learn to transform vision into practice, action, and also know that, one, GCED is about dialogue and not about the imposition of one's view or idea. GCED is for learning together. GCED is student-centered. GCED is a transformative education. GCED is multidisciplinary and can be integrated into existing curricula and subject areas. Leave no one behind. Act now and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bisala. Any questions, clarification questions for Bisala's presentation? Yes.
I'm from UNESCO CEU. Thank you very much for your presentation. And it was very interesting that the first speaker shared the example and cases of how GCED-related topics are taught in TEIs, teacher education institutions in Georgia. And I wonder, is there any kind of TEIs in Nigeria that are taught in topics in related GCED? Thank you.
Well, in Nigeria, there's a subject which is known as civic education, but we need more. we need more. For instance, the Nigerian curriculum is the subjects are so many. You see a basic student being offered about 10, 12 subjects. So we need a specific topic or subject that will center more on GCED. So there's a subject that covers that, which is known as civic education. Then it used to be called social studies. But because of the invent of GCED, it's now called civic education. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Basala. I'm sure we'll have him back for part of our lively discussion afterward. And now for the third and final presentation, I'd like to invite Seraphin to come up and present, please.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation is about interdisciplinary GCED for tertiary and pre-service education in the Philippines, particularly the initiatives of GCED Cooperation Center. How to? This one? Okay, this is our small office at the Philippine Normal University. We are the National Center of Teacher Education in the Philippines, where we try to mainstream GCED not only in the public school system but also in teacher education system. Our mantra is we are living in one world, we are learning for one world. We signed the Memorandum of Agreement between PNU and UNESCO UpCU sometimes in 2019 via online because this is a pandemic season. Our vision is to be the center of global citizenship education, promote the advancement in the Philippines and beyond, to conduct evidence-based, data-driven, and high-impact GCED training, research undertaking, and advocacy campaign relevant to global citizenship education and meaningful for the Philippines and education stakeholders. These are some of our quality objectives and programs. The first one is the development of GCC Operations Manual. As you may know, it is hard to implement something which is very new in our university if you do not have an operation manual that will guide us in the different processes of the university. Second is institutional capacity building. So we will show you this one, including our university president are present in crafting the manual. And this is our now the published operation manual for the Cooperation Center, wherein we are guided by the different processes in the university and how to deal with financial and how to deal with other aspects of administration. Number two, we are very much interested that GCED is not just a buy-in of our center, but it is a wild range faculty member development program, wherein we capacitate our faculty members on how to integrate GCED not only in the social science department, but also in science, in mathematics, in educational science, both in graduate and undergraduate level. We have a total 200 faculty members, and out of the 200 faculty members, 49, including administrative employees, finished the GCED 101 of UNESCO UpCU. In order for them to attend the face-to-face training, they have to finish this particular online training. This is the foundation of all the trainings at our university. We also have not only our faculty member, we also include our administrative staff. For example, our guidance counselor, our admission office is, the main question is, how is our admission procedure become GCED? Is our admission procedure inclusive, including those who are not Catholic, those who are a member of LGBTQ, those who are a member of, of persons with disability. So one of our staff at the admission office has this project on making admission in the university inclusive. Another one of our staff is in the canteen, food. How is GCED integrated in the preparation of food in with regards to the problem of sustainable development, waste, and also the culture of our students? Are they exposed to other nations' food? So this is the main reason why our administrative staff are also included in the training for GCED. We would like to make our school a whole school approach, which means it is not only the curriculum, it is not only the faculty member, but also the administrative staff. Okay, project number 3 is scoping research on GCED in the Philippines. We want to know if GCED is already in the literature as far as the different research journal we have in the university. So we have 3 research journal in the university, and we identified 359 researches in our journals that have articles qualified that there is already a semblance of GCED themes, like 32%. We are also very active in the social media, where we promote GCED in our website and social media account. Project number 5 is needs analysis and baseline data gathering on GCC training for teachers and school head. We did this last year, and now we are implementing training programs. The basis of our training programs in training teachers is the needs analysis. We want to make sure that we are not duplicating the projects and programs of GCED, of other institutions, and we want it research-based and data-driven. We have developed research instrument on how to identify the needs, the training needs of our teachers in the field. And this is what we are very excited about. We have established the GCED network in the Philippines. As you may know, we are composed of 7,107 islands and around 15 regions. And PNU, although a lot of the faculty are capacitated on GCED, but we cannot be around in the different regions. So we identified champions in different parts of the Philippines. We signed a memorandum of agreement with these particular universities in the region. And as of now, we have 17, and this year we will add 8 more. So this is the map. So this is the map of the Philippines. So we identified different regional hubs in the country where they will be training the other institution, pre-service higher education institution in their region. Because we are located in NCR, and it is very hard for us to travel to Visayas and Mindanao, and also in the northern part of the Philippines. We thought of capacitating these 17 plus 8, so 25 focal persons on GCED, and they are the ones training them. Like what is happening now in UNESCO APCU. They call some of their training are training of trainers. So we want to replicate that in the Philippines. When we train them as trainer, so they will not be dependent on the different experts in Manila, but these particular regional hubs are experts on their own. They contextualize the learnings that they had for GCC Philippines in their own way. For example, here in Mindanao, there are some animosities because of historical grievances of the Muslim to Christian majority. So the focus of GCED here is peace education. So most of our regional hubs in Mindanao will really focus on the role of peace education in promoting global citizenship. So that is where contextualization is happening. And last but not the least, we train our staff to come here in Seoul for benchmarking, visit, and also for some input coming from AppCU last year. So these are the visit to the Seoul National University, where we met a professor who are very much in line with the Filipino culture, expert on Filipino culture. We also participated in the 7th ICON conference last year. This is our visit to Seoul Dailim Elementary School last year, wherein we learned a lot from the exchanges with teachers, especially how they integrate GCED in co-curricular programs and after-school work. For this year, we are happy to share with you our initiative of harmonizing the effort of Philippine government and UNESCO AppCU in the Philippines as far as GCED mainstreaming. We have invited KPTEP, the Korean Teacher Exchange Program. Also, we have invited our regional hub for the first time. Some of them are here in this room. We have invited the different scholars and researchers to the first international GCC conference held in Boracay Island only 2 weeks ago, October 4 to 6. This is and also AppCU. AppCU is also invited to join our GCC regional hub and GCC Malaysia and GCC Thailand. These are some of the output of this conference is a roadmap for GCED mainstreaming in the Philippines that will be presented to the Commission on Higher Education and Department of Education. We have 2024 to 2029 roadmap where we will be integrating GCED further in the different region. These are some of the pictures. So I have 5 minutes. So ways forward. In terms of research and policy development, this priority focus on establishing reputable research journal on GCED and magazine that showcase the Philippine context of GCED initiative, to provide scholar a venue for publication of GCED research articles, and to publish meaningful, timely scientific research on GCED. We have started this year, we call that Paghabi, the GCED research journal in the Philippines, where we got financial assistance from the Commission on Higher Education. In terms of advocacy and regional advancement, we will provide financial support for the GCC regional hubs through the GCC Philippines, and we will participate in more networking activities to strengthen the network nationwide. For curriculum innovation, we will integrate GCED in various programs of TEIs and HEI. As of the moment, we are already integrating GCED in the professional education and general education courses of all students taking education. And we will conduct various curriculum integration activities to embed GCED in the curricular program and to audit curricular alignment of various courses. For training and development, we will facilitate understanding of faculty and staff on GCED and its important role in achieving sustainable development goals and Philippine Development Plan's target. And we will provide capacity building for teachers in TEIs and HEI faculty and staff on how to apply GCED in the classroom delivery and administrative work. And we will integrate GCED in various QA mechanism, quality assurance mechanism, using the whole school approach. Thank you very much and good morning.
Questions. So thanks very much, Seraphin, for your presentation. Any comments, questions for Seraphin before we move to the panel discussion? Yes, please.
Well, I'm from Pakistan, and I would like to ask, what are the challenges faced by the community or by the government side, from the government side, while integrating the GCED with your curriculum?
Challenges.
Challenges faced by you.
Challenges faced by our center and myself is when we were integrating this particular report is including the pandemic period. When we were integrating GCED, it was already pandemic and we are doing it online. And the challenges is really connectivity. But now that we are open already, the economy is opening, we are doing a lot of recalibration because what we did, the focus of integration during the pandemic is how to survive, safety, security. But now we are more of recalibrating it in order to integrate other themes of GCED like human rights education, education for sustainable development, and peace education. Thank you.
Any other quick comments or clarifications for Seraphin?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Luis Maylim from Iloilo City, Philippines. I am from a maritime university, and I'm very interested to be part of to have a network with GCC Philippines. Would there be any possibility that you accommodate a maritime university that does not specialize in teacher education for networking and capacity building as well?
Well, the main reason for identifying regional hubs because of interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary approach. The expertise of PNU is teacher education. But when we identified Mindanao State University as a focal university in the region, their expertise is peace education. So it complements. So we welcome your university, even though you are a maritime education university, it will add up to this multidisciplinary approach in embedding maritime studies in GCED. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to invite all of our panelists up to the front table. And I think we're going to turn the projection off because it beams into people's eyes, which is why our speakers were all sitting at this side table. So if our speakers will all come up and join us on the table, we'll now have an opportunity for some dialogue. Okay, so I hope you're all thinking about formulating some questions and some provocative statements and things that can help stimulate a good discussion for the panel that you just heard. I don't know about you, but I was pleased to see such a diverse and rich range of contexts and perspectives that each one of our colleagues shared with us today. I mean, there's so many different things that one could really like to delve into, but I was particularly intrigued, Natia, when you opened up by mentioning how much you're working in a context of post-Soviet mindset, and I wonder if in a minute I'm gonna put a provocative question to each one of you and then invite you to kind of respond so you can think about it a little bit, but I'm really intrigued to wonder what that means specifically, and also, I mean, we now have global citizenship education as a concept, but it probably existed even before we named it, right? Even in the Soviet era, there were likely attempts to have a kind of more of an international mindset. And so I want you to just think a little bit about what changed in the post-Soviet era and in relation to global citizenship education in particular. For Bisala, I mean, lots of interesting points as well that you shared with us. One that really stood out to me was when you said, ever since I learned about GCED, I never relented, and you exhibited quite a lot of determination, I think, in your adherence to global citizenship education. And I wonder if you can maybe just, in a moment, you could be thinking about it, but if you can share with us what it was that really instilled that level of determination in you. What was it about global citizenship education that really inspired you to kind of stick with it and see it as such a valuable approach to tertiary and pre-service education in particular. And then for Seraphin, again, lots of really interesting elements in your presentation. The one I want to focus on, what I really appreciated was when you shared with us the whole school approach, in particular the efforts to make sure that administrative staff were also included. And I think that's a really interesting notion because they're often left out of capacity building, training kind of efforts in institutions. And I thought you made a really good case for why they should be included as part of your embrace of global citizenship education in your pre-service teacher training efforts. So those are some opening thoughts that I'd like each of you to respond to, starting with Natia.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for this question. Even if I was born in Soviet time, unfortunately, I cannot say that I'm an expert of these changes or how these changes are really happening. But I know what we're trying. To be honest, I cannot say what really has been changed by today, but generally, we mentioned many times about responsibilities, and our colleague from Philippines mentioned about sense of belonging. It's really crucial how individuals are having this responsibility to build something together with the society. Personally, from my perspective, that can be the main different characteristics between Soviet and today's time, because every individual has a kind of unique role to play, not somewhere in the corner of the universe, closed and far from everybody and far from everything, but every individual is important for everybody. This is more global perspective, and this is what we are trying to give to future generation, because doors are open and everybody can play, as I said, crucial role, and it's really different from Soviet perspective. And yesterday it was mentioned many times about whole school approach, and our colleague from Philippines also mentioned about this. And yesterday, maybe it was you who mentioned about whole community role as well. This is very different from Soviet time. Now we are trying to keep this whole school approach as a main context, main concept in our education system, but not only for, I'm not only about whole school approach, it's like whole institutional approach, and it's whole system approach, that everybody is part of the system, everybody is playing crucial role, everybody can be important and should be important and is important. This is like, it's not a philosophical message, but it's a reality we want to make together. Everybody is part of the society, and this cycle, whole school approach, whole community approach, whole system approach, plays the key role to build better future, better universe for everybody.
Okay, thanks. Let's give that a round of applause, I think. So for really putting you on the spot with a challenging question, so thanks a lot for that. Bisala, your motivation and determination to really apply global citizenship education in your work around pre-service training.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I personally am a kind of person that always seek to know, and I go extra length to know and understand. Well, GCED or AppCU in particular was introduced to me in the year 2022 by a colleague of mine who has done a lot of GCE online, taking a lot of GCE online courses. And ever since he told me, I picked up the interest. And today here I am as a partial global citizen. I use that word partial because I'm still learning, and learning never stops. Then about the teacher in-service teachers education. Sincerely speaking again, throughout my university days, none of my lecturers, I took an educational course, and I can tell you, none of my lecturers have ever said anything related to GCED. Peace education, the need for collaboration. Well, possibly they may have said such, but in my absence. But all lectures I've attended, nobody. It was just a traditional way of teaching. Take, go. They don't learn from us. And secondly, with the number of undergraduate teachers or students or learners that I've come across, especially those at the university levels, none have come across GCED. Even those that have heard about the SDG, they don't know the agendas. They just know, oh, there's something about SDG. It's talking about, it belongs to the United Nations. But they don't know what it's all about. That's why I see the need and importance for GCED to be inculcated into the teachers' training education. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Let's give that a round of applause as well. And then Seraphin, over to you again, and the particular focus on the whole school approach that you shared with us, and maybe also just thinking about it, is that typical across other activities and efforts that you do in your center, or was it something that particularly came up in relation to global citizenship education?
It was particularly came up because of our curriculum mapping that we did for the last 2 years, where we identified what are the subjects in the K-12 curriculum with GCED integration already, and what are the subjects with partial integration. And after doing that for 2 years, we realized that we have a good curriculum where the GCED is integration, but radicalization, anti-Islamic, anti-Semitism are also happening around the university or around the school. Why is that happening? The curriculum is already integrated. So the whole school approach came in order to invite the parents, the community, to have a dialogue on what GCED is all about, and because GCED is about an inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable society. The curriculum cannot offer that alone. We need administrative staff to make the school a very peaceful one. We need the parents. We need the media and social media, because radicalism, especially in our South, is happening among university students. They are being recruited. In one of our workshops, they said that one of my youth Muslim participants said, are jihadis also a global citizen? They asked me, because they also work for cross boundaries. They also work for a cause. So I need to remind him that global citizenship that we are advocating is for inclusive, peaceful. The result is inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable society, not destruction and violence. And that's what a global citizen that we are advocating, different from the global citizen that the other group are advocating. So this is where the whole school approach needed. We need the community, we need the media, we need the curriculum, teachers, and administrative staff to come together. And we would like to do it. We started already doing it in our Center for Teaching and Learning, our high school and elementary department, where they are doing the curriculum, they are doing training for administrative staff, so that we can showcase what a GCED model school is. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. for those questions. So I'm going to take a couple of questions and then we'll put those to our panelists, and then we hopefully will have time for other rounds of questions. Let's see how it goes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, the moderator, for the opportunity. My name is Sulaiman Bukar. I'm the founder and executive director of Northeast Youth Peace Ambassadors Network, a non-governmental organization in Nigeria that works to promote peace. And I have this to contribute with regard to the second panelist, Sarah Payne, who is talking about integrating global citizenship in the Philippines. Because I am also one of the facilitators that do facilitate workshops in the Philippines. And I want to advise that civil society organizations are very important when it comes to peace building. So there is their need for you to see how you can collaborate with some civil society organizations, because their own part, they play a role from the non-formal aspect, while the universities play a role from the formal aspect. So their own role is informally, where they will have a kind of how to engage community members in promoting peace, how to engage community members to make them a responsible and active citizens, which will promote development. So that is it about this one. With regard to the Nigerian context, I would like to use this opportunity to talk to the person that is representing Nigeria, most especially about incorporating civil society organizations too. Why? Because in Nigeria, most especially in the region I came from, where he was is more than 1,000 kilometers between my location and his own. So I live in a place that is that experienced more than a decade-long destructive activities of Boko Haram insurgency group. I was a target several times. They made an attempt to kill me several times. I received some SMS several times that that is like going against what we are doing. If you did not stop it, we'll have a way of reaching out to you and to eliminate you, because I'm the organizer of the Youth Peace Summit, an annual event that we normally converge. We call on the attention of youth to come and discuss about importance of peace and have a way forward. So I want to suggest to the person, because he's from Federal Ministry of Education, for the Ministry of Education to have a way of collaborating with civil society organizations, because they have a lot to offer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Let's have another question. Yep, please go ahead.
Hi, I have a question for Natia. Not about your presentation, but about your experience as a woman in GCED. So I wanted to ask, to what extent are women actively involved in GCED promotion in Georgia? And more broadly, do you think there are barriers for women, to be involved in this conversation? I mean, just looking at the conference, the space, and yesterday the speakers, so it's more men, right? So I just wanted to know your insights. I mean, you told us to ask controversial questions, so yeah.
Good, thanks. Any other controversial questions or non-controversial questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's just kind of a suggestion. I think that the biggest hurdle to peace and the global citizenship education is poverty. I suggest that technical education should also be part of global citizenship education, so that people can improve their economic condition and think beyond just filling their stomach. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So with those 3 questions or comments, let's have a round of responses from our panelists. And maybe we'll start at the other end of the table with Bisala and work our way down.
Okay, thank you very much. Suleiman Bukar. Yeah. Seriously, I think this is one of the aims of GCED, getting to know ourselves, our culture, and that collaboration. And more interestingly, we are from the same zone, regardless of the fact that I work in a different zone. But our side, we stay in the same region where for the past years has really been a red spot. And just as we discussed, I said we have a lot to play, especially with your organization. And for that collaboration, the Ministry of Education as a whole does nothing without involving the CSO, that is civil society organization. And knowing you, and you being a resident of that place, I think you have a very important role to play when it comes to collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Education. So knowing you is not a coincidence, but nature-based. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Actually, on the point about involving civil society, does anybody in the room think it's possible to really advance with global citizenship education without involving civil society? Is there a path towards effective GCED without civil society partnership? No. Sorry, what?
It's not possible to implement the GCED concept without the involvement of CSOs. CSOs are very much important to implement the concept.
Yeah, can I address that also? For example, we want to implement GCED themes as far as peace education is concerned. We have, in the academe, we have a lot of theories, have a lot of conceptual underpinnings of peace and how to resolve conflict and how to bring about peace in the school. But example of really conflict transformation are in the community, and it is being implemented by civil society organizations, specifically in Mindanao. So teaching peace with civil society organization is a very, very important aspect, because trauma, healing, and conflict transformation are not within the bound of the school, but it is within the bound of the community. So we really need the civil society organization. I'd like to address another comment about involving technical education in order to promote GCED. Yes, it is important that our students are fed well. According to SDG number 1 is zero hunger, no poverty. It is difficult to teach GCED or any other subject to our student if they are hungry. So in the Philippine context, we have the national feeding program, especially in the different localities outside of the cities, wherein we make sure that students are well fed, nutritious food, and on time. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And then, Natia, over to you and the particular question that was put to you.
Thank you very much for this very, very important question about women's participation in global citizenship education. You mentioned about my personal experience. But first of all, I want to mention that teaching as a profession, as a de facto in Georgia, is a women-driven profession. Teachers are mostly women working almost the same in every country, I think. So at the end of the day, maybe decisions are made by male politicians, but in the classrooms, teachers are main actors forming students' mentality. That's why it's crucially important what's happening between them or with them. Coming from my personal experience, I was in this area since 2007, But before I was teacher, and I was teaching Georgian literature and language and literature, and also citizenship topics. And today I'm a focal point of global citizenship education in Georgia, in the frame of APCEU project, and I work for the Council of Europe, and I've been EDCHR Education for Democratic Citizenship and Human Rights Education Coordinator for Georgia. I'm part of EPAN network, which is responsible for implementation of reference framework for competencies for democratic culture, and I'm a woman. So I cannot say that I've ever had any problem in this way in terms of the implementation or any barriers or anything. I'm not saying this because my director is sitting there. No, I'm not saying this. No. He is always supporting and he's giving freedom, and I swear I'm not saying this because he's here. And yeah, you can go out very but it's about my personal experience, but generally women are part of this vulnerable society in Georgia, especially in some regions where minorities are living compactly. That's why we are having special programs and special supporting mechanisms to invest more and more in this area. I'm saying that I've never had any problem in this work, but it's not like general context. We know that we have to support more and more who are main actors, teachers, women who are having different social problems, different social challenges in the different regions. It's a small country, but it's very multicultural country. So that's why it's very important to think about this, what you asked. So thank you very much.
Thanks, yep. In fact, I'm sure we could have a whole session just talking about gender and gender equality and global citizenship education. But it does also bring up a point that I wanted to circle back to, which I think Seraphin mentioned in his presentation as well, which is whether it's the inclusion and involvement of women or minorities or other vulnerable groups. You mentioned LGBTQ and learners with disabilities. I mean, how critical is it that, I mean, of course, this is probably a loaded question. I think we strive to make sure that we are broadly inclusive in all of our education programs. But when it comes to global citizenship education in particular, what thoughts can you share with us about, again, you brought up LGBTQ and learners with disabilities. You've just made some comments about women's engagement and the fact that a majority of teachers are women in most countries, I think, would be a safe bet to say. So what does it mean, global citizenship education and inclusive education? I'm going to ask each one of you to respond to that. And Seraphin, you can go first, perhaps, and then we'll have Natia and then Bisala.
Well, one example of that is when we had a graduation and in our university, and students are clamoring for inclusivity in terms of the way they dress, and because traditionally, even if you are a member of LGBTQ community, you have to, if you're a girl, you have to wear the barot saya or the dress, and if you're a boy, you need to wear the barong or traditional male outfit. But because of the clamor of the clamor of the student, and also this particular workshop aspects of GCED with our gender and development, the university has promulgated an inclusive graduation ceremony, wherein they allowed the university allowed identity-based expression as far as the dress is concerned. But we have regulations like even if you are a man and you will dress like a woman, there are some regulations to follow. Like the length of the skirt, okay, the length of the color of the hair. Okay.
And that was really because of global citizenship education.
Because of our gender-based global citizenship education workshop with faculty members and students.
Okay, well, there we go. Let's give that a round of applause. Sala, inclusive education in GCED.
Yeah, in Nigeria, it's partially inclusive when it comes to GCED, because in some part of the areas, in some part of Nigeria, there's this tradition that the gender, the female gender, are looked upon as the less important people. They are not really carried along when it comes to decision making. But interestingly, the narration is changing because of the high level of advocacy which is taking place and sensitization. Women are now coming up to say, no, this is a home. I should be part of the policy makers, decision makers, which translates to the community, then to the society. Let me say, the last election we had, I think there were so many women that came up and said, yes, we are part of this. Therefore, equality should come into play. And if you don't want to really use equality, let's look at empathy. Let's employ empathy. How do you feel if you're being deprived of having this position which you are? Apply empathy. And it's working in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's a hopeful commentary on the situation in Nigeria. And Natia.
Talking about inclusivity, for me, inclusivity means everybody's involvement, literally everybody's involvement. And our colleague from Nigeria mentioned in his presentation about taking actions. Who is taking action? Everybody. It's everybody's responsibility. And also it's everybody's freedom. And in your first question to me, you mentioned about the differences between Soviet and post-Soviet or today's world, and it's the same. I'm responsible to take an action, not tomorrow, but today, as Mr. Salah mentioned. So inclusivity means that everybody has this responsibility and also freedom to take an action. We talked about the participation of civil society organizations, about the youth, and literally everybody's. So we have to teach to our students that everybody has this responsibility and the freedom to take an action. This is the inclusivity for me. And global citizenship also.
Of course, thank you very much. I'm getting warning signs over here that we have 1 minute to go before lunch. It seems kind of early to be having lunch at 11:30 after breakfast, but anyway. So in the remaining short amount of time that we have, I'd like to, first of all, thank you, the audience, for your participation and your engagement and your questions. Thanks very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. And especially to our panelists, and I'd like to invite them to have the last word and share any kind of overarching thoughts that you might have from the session that really impressed you, whether it was something that came from the audience or from one of your fellow panelists. What's a big take-home message for you from this session, starting with Bisala?
Thank you very much once again. I think my take-home statements or words are, let's employ empathy in everything we do. Let's look at equality. Nobody is less than you. Let's forget about material things. But there's blood running in you. There's blood running in me. Empathy, equity, and let's take action collaboratively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bisala, and now Seraphin.
Thank you very much. We have been advocating GCED and other themes like peace education, human rights education, education for democratic citizenship. But the war in Ukraine is happening. The war in Gaza is happening. There's a lot of people dying because of protracted conflict. We have a lot of things to do as educators, as parents and teachers. We are talking a lot of curriculum integration, curriculum involvement, whole school approach, but I feel that it is not enough because children, people are dying because of war. And if we will not have a collective push in this particular endeavor, G said, everyone will be put on the trap, like what is happening for a child in Gaza Strip, bombarded by Israeli strike. We need to learn and unlearn about the future that we have in order to make GCED as a tool to stop the conflict and war. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Putting a lot of pressure on and expectations on global citizenship education as well, but I don't disagree. And Natia, final word.
Listening to my colleagues and thinking about the global context we are living in, the main takeaway from my side would be that global citizenship education is something luxury thing for maybe for some countries, but for some countries and societies, this is the tool given to survive. So it's needed for everybody. With or without the great expectations, it's something really crucial. So we have to keep it. Thank you.
Great. I think that's a really good concluding comment. Thank you, Natia. All right, so that's it for this session. Thank you all again for your engagement and participation. And I believe now we're invited to head downstairs to the lower level if the elevators cooperate for lunch. Thank you.
하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 영문입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 괜찮으신가요? 네. 네. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋. 영문입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 영문입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 영문입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 영문입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘.
wishing star, when a cold day's gone, I wish I could believe, trying on, when the night is long, I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but I can't go back. Wishing star, living with the dawn, I wish I could believe we've come so far, but the day's so long. I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but we can't go back.
Hello? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you. So this afternoon, we're going to be talking about monitoring. And one of the things I'd like you all to keep in mind is that monitoring alone doesn't do anything. It's what we do with the data that we collect from monitoring. It's how we report those data, and it's how we use them. And so that's a really, really essential piece. If we're merely going to collect information, that doesn't help anybody do anything. It's about how we use the data. So do keep that in mind as we go through. So welcome to the session. What I'm going to do first is introduce our three speakers. So I'm going to do the full introductions now, and then when each of them make their presentation, I won't repeat that information, of course. And so when I mention your name, speakers, if you could just stand up so everybody knows who you are for a second, you don't have to stay standing, then that would be a good thing. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Hwanbo Park, who is a professor in the Department of Education and the director of the Centre for Global Citizenship Education at Chungnam National University. His research interests relate to educational policy evaluation, and he's currently conducting research to monitor the implementation of GCED and its impact. He has recently been a visiting fellow at George Mason Uni in Virginia, near where I first met him, and he's engaged in educational development projects and research for developing countries, and also provides his expertise internationally. Before his current position, he worked for the Korean Educational Development Institute, KEDI, that is one of the government-funded research institutes in the country. So that's Professor Park. Next is Rachel Parker, and Rachel Parker is from the Australian Council for Educational Research, often called ACER, and she's most recently been involved in research around intercultural competence, around global citizenship pedagogies and assessment, and has led the design of a global citizenship assessment framework with ASEAN countries. With APCU, Rachel's led a team to investigate ways of monitoring global citizenship education in the Asia Pacific, and she's been working on that project with stakeholders in Australia, from where she comes, in the Philippines, and here in Korea. And then our third presenter will be Professor Aaron Benavot, and he's Professor of Global Education Policy at the University of Albany, State University of New York. He's explained educational issues from comparative perspectives, looking both globally and looking critically at matters of global citizenship and, most recently, climate education. His experience includes directing of the Global Education Monitoring Report, which is a fantastic resource for all of us, and is currently the lead for indicator development for the MECE project, which is developing indicators on climate education. Aaron also co-founded NISEM, which is a community of academics and scholars, which is looking to ensure that there is focus on including humanistic, social-emotional learning content in texts and resources. So although we've got a common core of interests across the three people, they're coming from very, very different perspectives and have been involved in very, very different work. And so I think that that gives us an excellent opportunity to think about some different perspectives on monitoring, particularly monitoring of this rather difficult area that we are confronting right now. So thank you, and I'd like to introduce Professor Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kale, for the detailed introduction of myself. Thank you. My name is Hwan-Bo Park, and I'm a professor of Chungnam National University. It is a great honor for me to be invited here to share my tentative research result. Since 2018, I have conducted research related to the GCED with the UNESCO ACEU, and today I'd like to share the tentative result of the research on GCED monitoring framework in Korea conducted in this year. My presentation consists of 5 sections, and I will introduce the research framework, the background of this research and research framework, and I will share briefly the tentative result of this year's research. As all of you, unlike the other SDG targets, such as ensuring educational opportunity or improving educational conditions, which were focus of the existing global education agenda, such as EFA or MDGs, the SDG 4.7 cover a wide range of value and content of education. For example, global citizenship, gender equality, sustainable development. So there are many difficulties in developing and monitoring common indicators both at global and national level. So the international community proposed 5 indicators to monitor SDG 4.7, but among these, only 4.7.1 indicator which measure the mainstreaming in policy and curricular and teacher education is monitored as a global indicators. As you know, SDG 4.7.1 global indicator is monitoring based on the 1974 recommendation by UNESCO. While the global indicators provide guidance for monitoring, they still have limitation for a depth investigation of the progress and situation in each country. Against this backdrop, the UNESCO APSEU has conducted relevant research with me and developed a monitoring system in Korea since 2018. Through the desk review and Delphi survey, we conceptualized GCED into 6 thematic areas and proposed relevant keywords that can capture them. Actually, media literacy is newly considered as one of learners' global citizenship competency in this year. Using this framework, we have analyzed the mainstreaming of GCED in regional educational policy. Especially, we counted the number of keywords in the policy document produced by each regional office of education. In Korea, the superintendent is elected by resident, and 17 regional offices of education in Korea have autonomy in the planning, budgeting, and implementation of educational policy for primary and secondary education. So monitoring the mainstream of GCED in each region of Korea would not only be useful for understanding the Korean case, but also able to provide the implication of global monitoring. In this year, we also analyzed the factor for predicting schools' participation in GCED policy. According to the result, most regional education offices have staff in charge of GCED, although there are differences in number and proportion. The second point is the GCED-related policy and projects are approximately 10% of all education projects. In 2022, the decrease from the 2020 and 2021 would be understood by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The overall GCED policy are being implemented in Korea to a certain degree stably. This graph shows there are regional differences in proportion of GCED policy project and change trend from 2019 to this year. You can see Incheon is the most active region related to GCED in Korea. As all of you know, Incheon Declaration, the Incheon is held in the World Conference on Education. Among the thematic area of GCED, the sustainable development and global citizenship is the largest portion of the GCED policy. Next question focused on the factor that predict schools' participation in GCED policy. Even as GCED become mainstreaming in educational policy, it does not ensure the actual change at the school level. So we try to figure out why some school participate in GCED policy project and some school does not. Using school information data collected by each school, it is a kind of administrative educational statistic. We analyze the school factor affect the participation of GCED policy in Seoul metropolitan. We conduct random forest analysis, one of the machine learning methods. According to the result of analyzing the characteristic of schools participating in GCED policy, infrastructure and support for students were found to be a very important factor in participating in GCED policy. The red scale means classroom. Mainstreaming GCED in education policy does not mean the expansion of universal concept of GCED and suggests that the degree and speed of policy mainstreaming may vary depending on how global citizenship education is interpreted and reorganized by regional context. Second point is related to the implementation issues. There is a need to not only develop and provide GCED policy and program, but also improve educational conditions for participating in them. So I'd like to recommend the four recommendations. First one is, in order to more effectively monitor the GCED policy and utilize the result, it is necessary to establish an institutional foundation, including regulation and staff and organization for monitoring GCED at national level. Second point is that it is necessary to share the result of monitor GCED and use them for policy feedback. Third point is that it is necessary to link GCED monitoring indicator with the national educational statistic, including education management system, information system, EMIS. It is very important to monitor the GCED in policy level, but it is also important to feedback to develop the more effective GCED policy. So this one is maybe I'd like to talk about this second round. Oh, but okay. Thank you very much.
Since you have just a little more time,
Okay.
would you be able to go back to your slide where you had the data on the different predictors, on the different factors?
Okay.
That would be interesting, I think, for people to have a little bit longer look at that particular slide.
Could you back to my slide? Could you? Okay, thank you. Oops. Yeah, here. There, I emphasize on the infrastructure, education infrastructure. That we analyze the educational statistics, and we found the number of classrooms for available grouping is very important factor to participate in GCED policy. And second one is the number of ICT room. And third one is support for education activity. It is related to budget and the financial resources. So, and also other point is that direct support for student. You know, in Korea, the Korean government to try to develop the GCED policy and try to implement the GCED policy in both at the regional level and school level. But sometimes only a few teachers or schools are interested in the GCED policy project because the GCED is reflected in national curriculum. So every student and every school and every teacher have to implement GCED in their own class or their school. But GCED policy project is a different thing. Regional government develop the GCED policy, such as the school student club, or the field visit, or the classroom, the international, the exchange program with the foreign student. This kind of GCED policy is, in order to participating in this kind of GCED policy, it is a very important factor to support the effective infrastructure to participate in this GCED policy. This is the tentative result of our. And another point is the size of school. The size of school is shown to highly relevant to individual school participation in GCED education policy project. Larger schools are more likely to participate in GCED policy. As I said, it is related to the infrastructure. The large schools have a lot of the good condition and a lot of the infrastructure to participate in or implement GCED in school level. So it is necessary to consider how to improve the small school to take part in the GCED policy. Okay, thank you very much, and I will talk later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. We'll move straight on to the presentation from Rachel Parker. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you, Esther. So my name is Rachel Parker. I am a Senior Research Fellow at the Australian Council for Educational Research in Melbourne. I'm joined today by my colleague, Payal Gounder, who is here with me. And we are talking today about monitoring and evaluating global citizenship in the Asia-Pacific region. These are the results of the first phase of a collaborative study between ACER and APSAIL. So today I'll be talking about the study overview, some key findings, recommendations, and how we're proceeding with phase 2. But before I do, and at the risk of showing a really terrible haircut from the 80s, I'd like to present a personal anecdote. What you can see here is me, age 13, a young, enthusiastic Rachel Parker, leading a school protest, a protest in my street with other young children, to protest to build a playground at the end of my street. So I was a young, excited person, my first taste of civic participation. And the point is to share that global citizenship is not new. We humans have always acted in support of each other. And perhaps global citizenship education requires us to tap into that collective knowledge rather than invent a new paradigm. So I'll take a sharp pivot now to our research questions for the study we've been working on. Firstly, we're asking what are the enabling conditions at the teacher and school level that support effective global citizenship teaching and learning? And how can these conditions inform tool development and help us better understand teacher and school readiness to implement global citizenship? And finally, how can these instruments be used and what else is needed to establish sustainable global citizenship monitoring systems in the Asia-Pacific region? So briefly on the overview of our study, we conducted a literature review. We also reviewed curricula, policy documents and assessment. and we conducted focus group workshops and questionnaires. Participants included teachers, principals, and education experts. Now I'm going to pivot to our findings. So the first finding was regarding describing global citizenship. Now we asked our participants, how would you describe global citizenship? What does it mean to you? And what all of the responses had in common was the diversity of them. So essentially they were all different. And what we discovered was a pattern emerging when we looked at these descriptions. And it appeared to align with a theory of learning complexity developed by Biggs and Collis, Australian researchers, that sees an idea a concept spanning from not having an idea about it, proceeding to having a single idea, several ideas, those ideas are connected, and a transference, those ideas are connected to a new area. So it appeared that the descriptions aligned with different categories. So for example, someone said, and this was categorised as multiple relevant disconnected ideas, being a citizen who is aware, cares, and acknowledges a responsibility to accept our world as a total community. So there are several ideas, but they're not connected to each other and they're not transferred to a new area. And we see this as promising because it starts to indicate that there's a way to view describing or understanding global citizenship in terms of a progression. The second finding is regarding enacting global citizenship. So we asked our focus group participants and our questionnaire respondents, how would you describe a typical global citizenship classroom lesson? And what you can see here is the majority of respondents described global citizenship lessons in terms of the how. So global citizenship lessons were conducted through teaching certain subjects, humanities for example, or through environmental science education, and through the medium of relating to real-world experiences. What was less apparent was the outcomes for global citizenship education, so describing it in terms of the types of skills that you foster through participating in global citizenship education. We asked our participants about assessing global citizenship. And some of the issues that appeared in discussions, focus group discussions, was a reticence by educators that assessment can be reductive and that systems prioritise scores and rankings that are antithetical to GCED. So essentially they were talking about traditional forms of assessment such as multiple choice questions not really being appropriate or aligning with the transformative nature of global citizenship education. Some considerations that emerged were that good practice in global citizenship education mirrors good practice in assessment in general. So multiple forms of assessment, summative, formative, ongoing assessment is really important, as are appropriate forms of assessment. So if you look at our full report, and I'll share the QR code at the end of this presentation, our participants talk about journals, they talk about portfolios, performances, these types of assessments being aligned with the types of transformative learning, which is global citizenship education. So the key recommendation contained in our report, which we are taking forward in phase 2 of this study, is that we examine the role that teachers, schools and systems play in enacting and monitoring global citizenship. So we want to investigate what different actors know, value and practice. So we have measurement domains on the left side, and on the top we have the key actors, which are teachers, school leaders and staff, and bureaucracy staff, so people who work in government essentially. And we know that global citizenship education is a practice that's situated within a context and a system. So it's important to get a sense of how ready systems are to enact global citizenship. We have a series of other recommendations which we'll take forward in phase 2, which is that we can describe global citizenship on a continuum from superficial learning to deep understanding to help systems identify where they sit and the next steps to improve quality. I think this is a really important discussion to be had about how these skills and competencies, values and attitudes appear in the initial stages and progress over time, and to articulate this. The second recommendation is the alignment between global citizenship and innovative pedagogies. We must implement pedagogies that promote curiosity, critical thinking, open-mindedness, as these align with high quality and effective global citizenship, which is a contentious idea that you have effective global citizenship, but our literature review was informed by a framework of understanding that we were looking at quasi-experimental and experimental studies that measured the impact of global citizenship programs. And the final recommendation is that we frame global citizenship with relevance to political, economic, historical and cultural context of systems, so it's appropriate and applicable to schools, teachers and students. So we focus less on the what, because we can't agree on that, and we focus on the how. And my final slide, our study is continuing this year and next. Our next steps include expanding to incorporate a new country, which is Lao PDR, expanding our framework with findings from the new country, refining and administering a 5-country survey that's based on the enabling factors that support effective global citizenship education, and development of a global citizenship system, school and classroom evaluation toolkit based on the draft framework I just shared. And that's all from me. Thank you for listening.
However, since you just have a few more minutes available before we move on to the next part, I wonder if you could just explain a couple of terms, because I think we often assume that everybody has the same background, and that's not necessarily the case. So you made 2 points. One, you had up there scores and rankings are antithetic to GCED, and I know that that might be self-explanatory for people who are inside that, but maybe it's a useful thing to talk about that reality, if we think it is one. And the other one is you mentioned progressions. And so again, I know that's very much part of the way we talk in Australia, for example, but it might not be similarly so everywhere else. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about those two concepts, because I think they're germane to where we'll go later on.
Thanks, Esther. And I might even lean on you, because these are your expert areas. So essentially what I meant by scores and rankings, it came out in discussions with focus group participants when they talked about the demands and constraints they were under, so that global citizenship related topics might not necessarily be prioritised, and what is rather are national assessment frameworks and national assessments that are conducted in schools at certain key stages, as opposed to fostering the certain skills associated with global citizenship. And the second point, which was around progressions, and look, I think we're still working this out, how we proceed with it, because we're toying with different ideas. What is coming out, and I've had a bit of a tinker with this, I could have shown it, but it was just a draft, was a scale of progression when it comes to the different levels of competencies that a teacher or a student, so I'm interested in seeing how we might be able to develop a scale that applies to both teachers and students when it comes to the initial skill you would have in terms of identifying and making connections regarding global citizenship, and progressing up that scale, how those skills develop over time. So what might it look like when you're a beginner? How might that skill progress over time? And what might it look like at the expert stage? So we really do believe that it's not an either or, it's a skill that is progressive. And I know myself, when I started working in this space over 10 years ago, I had very different ideas than I have now. So I've developed as a learner in this space, and I can see where I fit on different scales when it comes to progressing my understanding of, say, intercultural competence or global issues and the connection between global issues in different countries around the world. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good. All right, and for our third speaker, Professor Benevot, I look forward to listening to you.
Great. Thanks very much for the invitation to contribute to this discussion. I have been working in this area of the global monitoring, not necessarily of global citizenship education, but more generally Target 4.7 since I served as director of the Global Education Monitoring Report in 2016. And I would just like to make a couple preliminary remarks before I kind of dive into the more details. And I must say also I have quite a few slides here that I'm going to skip over, partly because some of the material has already been covered by my colleagues, and I appreciate that, and also because time really doesn't allow for, at least the current time, for more some more subtle points. So first of all, I'd like to just talk about the idea of monitoring, which does not appear in any of the official documents that help to define the Sustainable Development Goals. It is not in the major document. The wording that's used is to follow up and review. Now, you might think that this is a subtle distinction between the notion of following up and review versus monitoring, but clearly member states, both of UNESCO but more generally of the UN, were very reluctant, I would say mildly ambivalent, perhaps even antagonistic, to incorporating the notion of monitoring in the founding document of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So it's important to keep in mind that some of the work here is work that is seen in a less than positive light by many of the countries that are involved in global monitoring of 4.7. Secondly, I think a lot of countries are overwhelmed by the indicator framework that was established. So we have 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 plus global indicators, which for many countries was an enormous task, both in terms of time and effort, to say nothing of the resources that would be needed in order to adequately provide information about each of the different targets, including target 4.7. So there's a part of the ambivalence and maybe even antagonism around some of the monitoring framework is because it's too large, too complex, and too demanding of time and resources. The third point that I'd like to make is a preliminary point, and here it's wonderful to come after the first two colleagues, is that the global monitoring that emerges from the work, let's say, of the Global Education Monitoring Report should not be seen as trying to displace or undermine or substitute very legitimate and important efforts of monitoring either at the national level or the regional level or other levels, even municipal monitoring that might occur. All types and approaches to monitoring, I think, are welcome and have different purposes, as Professor Kerr mentioned at the beginning, and therefore we shouldn't see one as necessarily more important or more central than others. They all have, I think, a space and something to contribute to trying to understand progress that countries are making in this particular area. The last point I wish to make, and this might seem a bit curious, is that I've come to the conclusion that in some ways the way forward in some of the areas around target 4.7 may actually be drawing on the legitimacy of other international policy frameworks in order to develop a database or a set of measures that speak to target 4.7. I know it sounds like, why would you want to go elsewhere to kind of say something about target 4.7? But partly because of the work that I've been doing around climate change education, in which the rationalization for developing climate education indicators comes from a completely different framework program. This is the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change that has within it a paragraph set aside for educational monitoring and evaluation. And there is a pillar devoted to education, another pillar devoted to training. And the constraints that are found in Target 4.7 don't exist in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In other words, there's much more openness for a multiplicity of measures and monitoring strategies, which I actually see as a blessing, maybe in disguise, that in some ways we can come back by using another, let's say, international convention or international basis to say something of value vis-a-vis at least some aspects of 4.7. All of those are preliminary remarks. So what's the main issue that my paper or this presentation seeks to make? Is that although the global community made an enormous effort to come up with the most ambitious, holistic, comprehensive, and in some ways the most transformative agenda ever imagined in 2015 when it agreed upon the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it did not develop, simultaneous to this, a robust measurement, reporting, and monitoring platform that enabled, let's say, global monitors like myself and the team that I run to capture the kind of country efforts that were being undertaken. And this is especially true for Target 4.7. So as we've seen, there was a global indicator for Target 4.7 that talked about the mainstreaming of the different aspects of 4.7 in policies, in the curriculum and teacher training and in assessment. But there was no existing data sets or databases or any kind of information that currently existed that would enable a global education monitoring report to say something with respect to that global indicator. And we worked very hard on the team in 2015 and 2016 to figure out a way how we would devise some new data, some new measurement that would enable us to say something about that global indicator. What UNESCO ended up decided, UNESCO had the, let's say, the responsibility, the institutional responsibility to come up with a measurement of the global indicator 4.7.1. And what it decided to do, as has already been said, and that was not an obvious decision that was taken by members in the education sector, was to repurpose this 1974 recommendation that countries, because it's a recommendation, has a certain status. It's not just true of UNESCO, it's true of the UN, that countries are expected to report every 4 years on the progress that they're making vis-a-vis the implementation of a recommendation. The decision by UNESCO was to say, let's use that existing monitoring strategy, in other words, countries reporting every 4 years as the extent to which they're implementing the 1974 recommendation, expand upon it to include areas that were part of 4.7, but were not part of the 1974 recommendation, and that becomes the basis for monitoring Target 4.7. Seems like a reasonable solution to a complex problem, but what we ended up having was a monitoring framework that was very unfit for purpose, as I will demonstrate in just a moment. So what I'm trying to suggest is that the current decisions that have been made in order to develop a measure for Target 4.7, which I consider, and I think most of the people in this room consider, to be one of the most ambitious, transformative, potentially transformative targets within the agenda, the current information that we have available is highly problematic and really tells us very little of what progress is being made, at least at a national, regional, or at a global level. I'm not going to get into all the details, but I have written a very extensive paper on this topic that was published last year, earlier, and if you are interested, I would invite you to read the paper. It's called Can We Transform Global Education Without Transforming How We Monitor Progress, with my colleague James William from George Washington University, and here we go into a lot of the details that I will mention. Here's this idea about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change that provides legitimation for looking at issues of education in a completely different way or from a different vantage point that has relevance for at least some aspects of 4.7, and especially for the indicator 13.3, which the measure of which, or the global indicator of which, is exactly the same as Target 4.7. And again, UNESCO has the statutory responsibility to provide information for global monitoring for both 4.7 and for Target 13.3, which is the climate education or climate action target. We've already talked about 4.7.1. The only thing that I would like to say that hasn't come out, and I'm sorry that I don't have it listed here, is that in the definition of Target 4.7, it talks about knowledge and skills. And in the run-up to the final formulation of Target 4.7, the word skills was used in two different ways. It was explicitly distinguished between hard skills and actually soft skills. And so the first formulation of 4.7 specifically distinguished between hard skills and soft skills, and it was only subsequent to all kinds of decisions that went on in a meeting in Muscat, Oman in May of 2014 that it was decided to link the two together. So even though our association, when we think about skills, are skills for the labor market, skills that are typically employability skills, the intention of those that formulated 4.7 was both knowledge and skills that we might call today social emotional or other kinds of soft skills. And that's something that often is lost to many people who look at Target 4.7 for monitoring. Okay. I've already explained why, the 1974 recommendation is important. What I now want to show you is why I think it's unfit for purpose. So here are some of the recommendations that have been passed by UNESCO over the years. And what you have in the cells here are the percentage of member states of UNESCO that send reports at various occasions to the UNESCO, depending on which sector they're from. And here you can see the 1974 recommendation at the very highest point, only 40% of the 196 member states of UNESCO sent in a report about the activities that they were undertaking in order to implement the adoption of the recommendation. So that means that 60% of the member states did not provide any information at all. The second point is that of those that sent reports, many of the reports were partial. In other words, they answered a survey in which they did not answer all the questions to the survey. So whatever information was provided was incomplete and impartial in many ways. And this breaks it down by different parts of the world. You can see that some regions of the world, the member states were more involved in providing reports, but in other parts of the world, only a small percentage of the member states provided information. And part of the problem is let's call it the strategy for doing a survey research from UNESCO headquarters. The typical technique is that you send the survey to the national commissions of each country, and they're expected to send it to the ministries or to other people in responsibilities. You have absolutely no idea what happens to the survey once it's sent to the NatCom, to the National Commission. It could sit on somebody's desk, they could fill it out there, they could send it maybe to the ministry, somebody could sit on the desk and fill it out. There's absolutely no indication of the extent to which a serious kind of attempt is made to provide authentic and reliable information about the survey questions. So what we end up getting is information that we have that countries provide that we're meant to accept it without any form of validation of the information or the box that have been ticked. And so that's the basic reason that I conclude together with my colleagues that the current mechanism for reporting on the 1974 recommendation, which is the basis of reporting for Target 4.7, is unfit for purpose, and in some ways, the data that is being collected is garbage. So we can't use it. There's absolutely nothing, in my view, at least from a global monitoring perspective, it isn't something that I would want to sign my name on, right? So we have to look elsewhere. That's partly the idea. What can we think about as an alternative monitoring strategy? And that's something that I'm engaged in. What can we think about as an alternative way of providing information that is validated to some sense, and provides some information about real country efforts to implement the commitments they've made to one of the most transformative targets in the entire 2030 agenda, including obviously global citizenship education. Here's some of the findings from the most recent report. You can see countries are very complementary to themselves. All of them are implementing the principles. It sounds absolutely, what we might say, hunky-dory. It sounds like they're doing a wonderful job in implementing each of the guiding principles. But this is the kind of information that if you ask countries to report on what they're doing, they provide you with very rosy information, which is meaningless if 90% of the countries say they're all doing the same thing, right? So the current strategy is not fit for purpose and really is the wrong way forward. Now the question is, where are we going to go? And there's two ways to think about this. And I think the best way to think about this, can we expand upon and improve upon the existing basis for monitoring target 4.7, and there potentially is, let's say, some potential there, or do we need to look completely in another direction? And I think it's not either or, it might be both of those approaches might be plausible ways forward. And what do I mean about improving what we now have as the basis? As most of you know, the 1974 recommendation, after 2 years of very intensive work by headquarters at UNESCO, has devised a revised recommendation that next month, you know, depending on whether the gods be kind or not, will be adopted by UNESCO member states, in which case it'll be called the 2023 recommendation. It is also an incredibly ambitious statement that has a lot of details, including around global citizenship, and for the purposes of monitoring, it opens up some new opportunities that were not in the original 1974 recommendation. There are several paragraphs that are devoted, they don't use the word monitoring, they use the word follow-up and review. Keep in mind, they never talk about monitoring. It's all about follow-up and review. But at this point, and I think I'm going to skip here quite a few slides to get to it, what we have now is, first of all, we have a new definition of global citizenship education, which has not existed in any of the documents. In other words, if they accept this recommendation, there'll be an official international definition of GCED, which is what you have in front of you. Interestingly, this was the definition that you find in a footnote in the Education 2030 Framework for Action, and it comes from a technical report that was done in 2013. So it's 10 years old, but if you look at it, it's a fairly interesting definition. Talks about knowledge, cognitive skills, it talks about non-cognitive skills, it talks about behavioral capacities. It is a holistic kind of version of global citizenship. This will become the official definition of global citizenship once this recommendation is adopted. So you should learn it very carefully because it's hard to find. You have to go through 2 different footnotes and 3 different documents to be able to uncover what the actual definition is. And it's 10 years old. And one wonders whether or not that's the best definition we could come up with, but that's what we have, right? All right, and what does the monitoring look like? The monitoring basically says all member states are required to report, again, every 4 years, and it isn't specific to this recommendation, it's specific to all recommendations, right? They're they're meant to engage in a broad understanding, fostering policy dialogue that includes both member states and civil society, that there would be a multiplicity of follow-up approaches that would include member states, UNESCO, member states with UNESCO, and practitioners and other stakeholders. Now, why is that a really critical point? Because up until now, it's been the member states that have essentially had the veto power about any kind of data that's going to be used for the monitoring or follow-up or review of any aspect of Target 4.7. But in this rendition of this new recommendation, which again is the basis for monitoring Target 4.7, there are now, it's a multi-stakeholder approach to the monitoring of Target 4.7. And that's an interesting opportunity. So the question is, if you were to engage in policy dialogue with civil society groups, with practitioners, with other stakeholders, would you begin to get a different view about progress with respect to global citizenship education or any of the other elements of Target 4.7? In principle, that's what you'd want to do. An engaged monitoring strategy would take this very seriously. And the first monitoring report for the new recommendation, if indeed it's adopted next month, will be in 2026. So we'll have to wait to see 4 years from now or 3 years from now what this will look like. I would venture to say that for all kinds of purposes, they will have, again, a very elaborate survey that will be sent to the national commissions that will be asked to comment on progress that they've made. It will not change dramatically, even though there's been some new windows that have opened. And partly because of my less than optimistic attitude about what kind of report we can anticipate in 3 or 4 years, I think we need to look elsewhere. And although I don't have enough time, I'm more than happy to explain that I think that there's a lot of other kinds of information that can be captured, can be mobilized, can be analyzed to provide a valid, fairly objective idea of the extent to which countries are making good on their commitments, whether it be on global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and many of the other wonderful concepts that are embedded in Target 4.7. And I think I'll end at that point.
Thank you very much, Aaron. If you would all like to come and sit up at this front table, that would be excellent. What you've just heard from the 3 speakers has been more a description of what they've been doing and what their findings are. And with the exception of Aaron, who couldn't help himself, they didn't move into some of the issues that emanate from what they've been looking at. And so what we're going to talk about now is pick up on where Aaron left off for Dr. Huanbo and Rachel in particular, to pick up on some of the issues that they've seen in their work. And so rather than being descriptive, they're going to be identifying some of the issues or challenges or the points that they find of particular interest to them. And so any of the issues that any of them raise, the others are very welcome to comment on. And in fact, that would be welcomed. So we'll start with you, Professor Huanbo.
Okay, thank you very much, Esther. I'd like to raise some point. I think the GCED policy can be monitored based on the GCED reinterpreted in or contextualized concept according to each country's context, rather than the universal standard. We are focusing on the universal standard. So more important thing is more important than mainstreaming GCED in policy or curricula is how these efforts actually impact the improvement of the learner's global citizenship. And also, I mean, why comparing countries is valuable. It is equally essential to closely monitor policy implementation with each individual country, or even in the school level. I think the teacher can also the agency who conceptualizes GCED in the context of their school and reorganize and apply it to their class. So, but as you know, we discuss about the universal concept of GCED at the global level, and we make some monitoring system and framework, and we share the result of the monitoring framework and the monitor and collect the data. But I think it is important to discuss each country how they conceptualize GCED in their context, and each teacher and each school conceptualize the GCED in their context. So, and we gather this kind of information, and we need to develop the framework of the GCED monitoring.
Thank you. I'm going to invite both of you to come in on this point. So part of the point that's being made here is the distinction between how GCED might be seen within country versus how GCED might be conceptualised globally, and then the degree to which there are differences across countries in their conceptualisations, such that it may be difficult to identify a standard, if we're going to call it that, a standard way of monitoring. And we've heard both about the examples from the Korean context where Dr. Park said GCED policies can be monitored based on GCED reinterpreted according to each country's context, right, rather than any universal perspectives. What we heard from Rachel was more about, actually, I won't talk for you, I'll hand it over to you to talk about that differentiation that you were drawing on, about saying that the context is critical for the interpretations. Rachel?
Thanks, Esther. I might just share a little bit of experience, sort of what's brought me to that way of thinking, and part of that comes from working on the Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics program, and that was, as I mentioned, around 10 years ago when we started working on designing a framework and some tools to measure grade 5 students' attitudes and values toward global citizenship education, global citizenship related topics, skills and teachers' confidence in teaching those skills. And to this audience, I'd say it wasn't very useful. There were some serious problems. Pyle also works with me on it, so she's very familiar with it. And we're shifting away from that kind of approach, as Aaron, you mentioned, that quite a lot of responses from participants can be, they're essentially not a lot of variation between responses. There's a lot of affirmative response bias among those results, so they're not very useful in terms of getting an understanding of what's occurring on the ground, where the gaps are, those kinds of things. So we're shifting toward an understanding and a movement towards enactment when it comes to global citizenship and readiness to enact, and looking at it from a holistic point of view, so not just the skills and values and attitudes of students, and behavioural intentions, but also how the system, the school, classroom and teacher supports that enactment. So what might be some readiness factors? So we see in this system that certain policies are present, the assessment frameworks and curricula have identified and elaborated global citizenship competencies. Teachers have certain skills and knowledge, so I'm sort of seeing it like a traffic light system. You might have 3 greens, an amber and a red when it comes to this whole system view of readiness to enact global citizenship.
Thank you. I'm going to throw over to Aaron here. Aaron, you've also mentioned that different countries have different understandings, different histories and so on of global citizenship. And so I could continue with the question of, well, how can we have a standard approach to monitoring? But at the same time, you've presented some much bigger issues about monitoring more generally. So can you talk about whether there is any point in us thinking about the differences between countries and regions, given the fact that you've got major issues with the approach altogether?
So thanks very much for this question. I mean, as I ponder, target 4.7, which is a very complex target, and one of the things that's clear to us that on the one hand you have the target speaking primarily about the outcomes of some educational process, talking about knowledge and skills, whether they be hard skills or soft skills. So we're thinking, let's call it learning outcomes or educational outcomes from some intervention. And I always make the point that the target speaks about all learners, not just learners in school. So for me, it's important to also develop measures that would look at outcomes among those who are out of school, including adults and not just young people who are in school, which makes it even more complex. I agree. But at least in terms of how I conceptualize the target. But the indicator that that I led a team to try to develop data around is not about the outcomes, but rather about the input side. So it's asking, are countries making serious attempts to mainstream these particular topics and themes in policies, in curricula, in teacher preparation, and in assessments? Now, the assumption is that those countries that are making, that are doing, that are mainstreaming to a greater extent global citizenship education, for example, in policies, in curricula, in teacher preparation and assessments, should, other things being equal, bring about better and more extensive outcomes in knowledge and skills. Not that we have really strong data demonstrating that that kind of relationship holds, but that's the underlying assumption. The monitoring challenge has primarily been on the global indicator, which is on the input side, and we've heard enormously interesting work that is ongoing at ASER to try to look at on the output side, which I congratulate them and how they're trying to deal with it, right? But so there are different issues that are being addressed. There's different kind of, in my view, that are different kinds of monitoring challenges to look at the outcomes or to look at the inputs and to look at both of them in school or out of school. So for me, that whole complexity is part of the issues that keep me awake at night, as it were, trying to figure out. And much of the effort that I've made remains on the input side. So I've been involved in collecting national curricular framework policy documents. My colleagues and I have collected these documents for 150 countries around the world, in which we analyze them based on a series of keywords, primarily with respect to the greening of these policy documents. Do they include something on environment? Do they include something on sustainability? Do they include something on climate change? And you begin to look using qualitative methodology, are they embracing the discourse? And it's being mainstreamed in the policy document. Now that's a pretty high level document. Since last year in December, we've been going to another kind of a document, which is the subject syllabi in sciences and social sciences for grade 9 and more recently for grade 3 and grade 6, where we've collected the curricular documents that are being produced in ministries of education by curricular units, primarily for teachers and for principals who teach those classes. And they're in 30 different languages, but we're doing the same kind of analysis. Does the subject syllabus or the subject curriculum include reference to climate change or environment or sustainability? And in principle, you could do the same thing for GCED, right? You could look, does it include international mindedness? Does it include cosmopolitanism? Does it include global citizenship? You could look for a different set of keywords in the same kind of documents, and those documents are a little bit closer to what actually happens in classrooms. You could even look at textbooks and do the same thing. So for me, these are documents that are being produced by countries not for monitoring purposes per se, but rather for the kind of everyday, if you're going to construct a school system, you need to have a curriculum, right? And we're taking these documents and now putting them to an independent analysis in a more validated way. I think it's possible to do global monitoring of the mainstreaming of global citizenship in social science curricula in countries around the world, because I'm not interested in how they understand global citizenship or how they put it into practice, but whether or not it's included to begin with. And for me, that's you might say, well, it's a minimum definition, but that's what the indicator asks. Are they mainstream? It doesn't say, are they mainstreaming it deeply or at an intermediate level or superficially? It's just saying, do they mainstream it? And for that reason, we can do global monitoring. There's no problem. You could do the same thing in terms of teacher preparation. You could do the same thing in terms of assessment. You can collect, as it were, the official, what do we want to, administrative kind of documents that are being produced and put them to a content analysis to determine the extent to which countries are making good on their promise. It could be it's very superficial, the teachers aren't really doing anything in the classroom, we don't really have evidence of what goes on. That's in some sense beside the point. That would be quality GCED, right? That would be if we had information. But from the purposes of global monitoring, I first want to know, do they include it? Is it being mainstream?
Thanks, Aaron. I agree that, that's absolutely possible. And we've done that a number of times. We've reviewed curricula, we've identified keywords, we've looked at the extent to which the curricula in ASEAN member countries and also in Australia reflects global citizenship key topics, content skills, behavioural intentions, and how those are articulated through the curricula. We've found strong evidence to suggest that exists. What I'm concerned about is enactment, that we continue to talk about global citizenship and its importance, and I see what we're doing as this big cloud that sits above the school environment and there's no permeation. It doesn't reach the classroom level, and we experienced that with CPLM where we were asking questions about understanding with relation to environmental issues, climate change, and we received very positive results, and we saw these topics embedded across curricula at the grade 5 level, and we overheard students asking administrators, what is climate change? And the administrators saying, oh, it's when the temperature changes. So what we know is that these things might exist at a policy level, at a documentation level, but they're not coming down to the classroom, and that's a real concern, especially in an environment in Australia in particularly where we're seeing a rise of right-wing populism. As Karina mentioned, a recent no victory for the campaign against the Indigenous voice to Parliament. It's very concerning, and we have to do something about enactment.
Yeah, I totally agree with your point, and the minimum standard is very important to monitor globally. But my view is that in Korea, if we use a minimum standard to monitoring mainstreaming in GCED policy and curriculum, we have 100%, always 100% of the GCED in terms of mainstreaming in Korean education policy. But we still questions about, is it real? Is it reality? So that's why we need to talk about the conceptualization to monitor globally or each country, and we need to more the focus on the outcomes of the learners, the global citizenship competencies. So, and the input side, regarding to input side, monitoring can be the interpreted the GCED concept, but the outcomes, the learning outcome, including the GC, global citizenship, and the sustainable development, we need to effort more in to concept of the GC outcomes.
Thank you. Just to ensure that everybody's on the same page with this, when we think about monitoring of SDG Goal 4 generally, the majority, we talk mostly about 4.1, 4.2 and so on, and all of those indicators are about looking at student outcomes, right? That's what we typically monitor. So that is the reason that this is such an issue, because it's the other end, it's the input end. And if we think about evaluation studies over many years, there's been a negativity about an inputs model, that you need to look at what are the outcomes of things. You've got to prove that you've done something. You've got to have accountability. So it's an interesting phenomenon that we're going around again. One of the things that has occurred to me is the positive aspect of this, that if you focus on the inputs, notwithstanding the fact that we have lots of difficulties with measuring those, if you focus on the inputs and not on student assessment outcomes, there might be a positive outcome here, that countries themselves might be less concerned about summative assessment of student outcomes that are associated with global citizenship. And I can't see that that would not be a good thing. In other words, I think that would be a good thing. So I don't know if you've thought about that relationship, the one between what then a country is going to have to report on and therefore have visibility and maybe credibility or not about, versus the impact on how they might then treat the outcomes. And the other part of that question is that if at a national level, and if there are politics around inclusion of some of these new imperatives, if you can't show that there are associated student outcomes, how might that roll out? Anyway, Rachel.
As you were talking, I changed my mind about wanting to respond. Oh, it's not relevant, but I've just been thinking a lot about a colleague's work in engagement, and it's another messy, nebulous concept in education, and she developed a continuum for measuring engagement, which can be used by teachers and students. But it doesn't fulfill what you're talking about in terms of system-level monitoring and global monitoring, but it is an incredibly powerful tool for students to be able to identify where they sit on an engagement continuum, from disrupting, avoiding, participating, investing, driving, and very intuitive. And I wonder whether it's possible for us to be thinking about global citizenship in the same way, on a continuum from one to another end, in terms of a theory of change, a progression.
Thank you. Before we go on, I think we better pick up in case there are some questions from the group. I know that we could probably talk a lot and we wouldn't hear from other people. So if there are any questions, can you put up your hand now? Chris.
Thanks very much. A really interesting discussion, bringing up some old memories as well, because I was involved in discussions around CPLM years ago as well, so it's really interesting to hear your 10-year-on perspective as well. One thing that strikes me, Rachel, you made a comment, you said we can't agree on the what when it comes to GCED, and I want to push you on that just a little bit, actually, because in contrast to that statement, Aaron put up the definition that's being proposed in the revised 74 recommendation, and having been involved in the debates and discussions many years ago, not everybody agreed that it wouldn't be possible to come up with a definition. And in other UN, in particular, discussions and debates, particularly that I've had in the area of health, WHO has bit the bullet and said we have to, because we need a definition if we want to be able to properly monitor this issue. So I guess I just want to push you a little bit and say, are you sure that we really are so far away from an agreement on a definition? And then related to that, I guess the other point is just that there's a lot of concepts even in that definition that Aaron put up on the screen, that's the proposed definition in the 74 revised text. And but I also think maybe one of the things we need to do is start talking a little bit more about what isn't part of global citizenship education, because the problem is it becomes this sort of catch-all, loosely tossed around substitute for lots of different things. You know, actually I don't think it does necessarily mean transformative education, for example, but we've heard people sort of interchange the two terms, for example. So I do think in terms of monitoring, we maybe need to think about tightening up our use of the expression, and that gets to me back to the point about definitions. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. That's a really complex question. I'm going to get you later. I mean, I have been engaging with this particular topic and talking a lot about it, and yeah, I don't agree that we agree on the content. I don't agree that I think that we could have conversations over dinner and completely disagree on things like human rights, on trans rights, on gender equity, unfortunately, on democracy. These issues, we don't hold the same views on them, and we have to acknowledge that. We don't agree on the what, but I do agree what you said about we have to proceed without agreeing. We need to. But I just don't believe that among so many countries, if it is a global endeavour, that we agree on all of these issues. And we have definitions of global citizenship that are general enough to hide these disagreements within them. But when you get down to it and have conversations, and we had these conversations during the development of CPLM, we have certain people who would like this removed or that added. That is evidence to me that we don't agree on the content for global citizenship. And I've come to the conclusion 10 years in that if we don't, we never will, and we could spend forever arguing about what global citizenship is and never actually take this forward into practice and actually shift things for education for sustainable development or education for global citizenship. That's the start of the answer to your question.
I tended to share Rachel's view, but I had this wonderful opportunity a couple of years ago to work with colleagues at IConGCED to try and determine the extent to which there is some kind of overlapping terms. We looked at both policy and curricular documents in 23 Asia-Pacific countries. Forget exactly how many documents we ended up collecting and analyzing. There was primarily curricular documents for grade 8 or for 13-year-olds. And I remember when Esther and I spoke about, when we basically looked at the number of times certain terms emerged or were found across the documents in different countries, we kind of came to this tentative conclusion that there's a core set of terms that seem to be shared across extremely diverse jurisdictions. And there's another set of terms that tend to be idiosyncratic to a particular country. And so one of the ways forward, again, the definition that's put up here is a bit of a conceptual definition. As a social scientist, you begin to think, well, how do I operationalize that? And so one of the ways you could operationalize it would be to say, I'm going to try to operationalize those terms that do seem to have a certain, kind of buy-in by a fairly widespread group of countries and keep to the side the ones that are idiosyncratic, obviously, which are very meaningful in the particular context in which they're being used. And it's not to deny the importance of that by any stretch of the imagination. But for the purposes of international monitoring, I think that you could make an argument that if we could go so far as to identify those shared, subdimensions or terms that seem to have fairly strong buy-in across many different countries and do the monitoring around there, we actually may find a way forward. So it's kind of like in between saying it's impossible or, we're going to take one definition and kind of force it down the throats of everyone. So I do think that it's a complex thing though, because obviously, when I look at the climate terms, those are understood in a much more uniform way. There's a kind of when you talk about climate science or you talk about biodiversity, you talk about environmental pollution or whatever it may be, there's a kind of, there's a common understanding across people and languages and cultures of what that entails. When you talk about citizenship and you talk about international understanding and what that entails, you get very different perspectives and worldviews, and that's a little bit where the problem begins. But it's part of the challenge. I don't see it as something we shouldn't try to do. I think it's something that we just need to work harder and to see what, rather than start from an a priori position, say it's impossible, therefore why spend, the time and effort to do so.
I just wanted to share my own experience. Regarding the content, yes, we cannot have any agreement on content itself, but still we can agree on kind of a set of parameters, although we have, once again, we have a different range, and I'm pretty sure Esther has we also experience, with Laos and Bhutan, we realize that we are not talking the same terms, but it's always a dialogic process in a way. So not only the concept of global citizenship education or education for sustainable development evolve, but at the same time, because we are living and working with the people from different backgrounds and diversity, so it's a constant dialogic process. And for me, the merit of having this 4.7.1, although it's not end goal, certainly we want to know learning outcome, but merit of having it is to really push the countries at the policy level, curriculum level. They want to really open the possibility. So for me, it's more of opening possibility. So once again, I know that there's no time, but going back to the idea of, so what is this monitoring for, depending on how you see it. Sometimes I see it, more in terms of, what is the benefit of it in terms of when I carry out the program, or when I try to expand the kind of horizon. So that's one thing. But I had also very specific questions to Aaron, because you once said that, you called it garbage, the 1974 survey. And you raised the issue of it was not validated, so there's a validation issue. And on the one hand, it seems that you suggest that for instance, the work of yours, it's really it goes through the validation process. But on the other hand, you also imply that there's a possibility of diverse voices present themselves because we have to cover not only formal education but non-formal education. So possibility of different reports, different kinds of monitoring effort just probably shared. And then once again, how would you validate those data? And also, just to share some of the comments from my colleagues from other countries working on curriculum development and integration project, they keep saying that it requires a lot of resources, but not only resources in terms of financial resources, but human resources. For instance, I mentioned about 1974 survey. Not only they didn't know, but they have a difficulty writing a report in English, for instance. So it requires resources. So that's there are many other aspects of monitoring. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Chongmin. The conversation that Aaron sparked about there being some components of global citizenship that might be more or less valued in different countries, or that we might see things differently. It reminds me, I don't know if any of you looked at the work of Super and Sverko. This is going back to something like 1978, 79, something like that. And they worked on concepts on values. And they did very wide-ranging international studies on values across, I can't remember, 13 countries, or maybe it was 26 and then a subgroup. And what they identified was that there are a lot of core values, in other words, values that were shared across those countries. They weren't necessarily all held to the same degree of value within those countries, but there were core values. But also, each of those countries had other values that were not shared. And so in terms of measurement development, it was very useful because it meant that they could put together an assessment of values where they could value, or they could measure what was shared and in common and leave alone what was not. And so maybe that's another thing for us to think about, that even if we don't see some of the concepts or components within global citizenship in exactly the same way, perhaps we can go some way toward identifying what is common and focus more on that. the concern for me is that if we decide that global monitoring of GCED is not viable, or if it's too difficult, we need to be thinking about what's again the functionality. If comparative reporting isn't viable, then what's in it for countries to monitor at all? In other words, what do countries look for by virtue of engaging in global monitoring? And of course, as Aaron pointed out, most countries are not anyway. 60% of countries are not doing it. So it looks as though they're not seeing a great deal of utility in it, or they have some cultural cringe about it, which might be another aspect of this. So I'd like just a couple of sentences from each of you as we finish up. We've just got about 3 minutes, and I'd like to hear from each of you. Juanva?
Thank you very much, Esther. I totally agree with your point. And the short sentence, I think we have been mainly interested in the result of monitoring when we discuss the GCED monitoring, but the monitoring process itself is also important, as well as the use or the result of monitoring. So I think it can be a process of learning for each country to monitor GCED. So this is a kind of the value of the monitoring GCED globally. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Park. I think in terms of a way forward for monitoring global citizenship, again, as I presented, I'd be thinking about it from a systemic, holistic point of view, because it's a holistic concept. So looking across the way in which school systems and classrooms are ready to enact global citizenship. I don't think there's a single way, and I think that definitions are problematic, but we can certainly proceed with a process for monitoring global citizenship.
I don't accept the premise that you started with, that the global monitoring of global citizenship education or any aspect of 4.7 is impossible, right? I would say that the current models that we have established are not very effective in getting us where we want to go, right? So I think we need to be thinking outside the box. And, you know, I've been in this business maybe 20 years, and the first thing I can tell you is that the monitoring landscape today is unlike anything that existed during the EFA period, right? There has been a revolution, although you might not call it that, in the way in which UIS works, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, the Global Monitoring Report works, and the kind of information that it's able to mobilize today to look at a very wide range of aspects of the SDG 4 agenda that were simply not possible 20 years ago. That said, I also think that partly because of the constraints that were mentioned, we need to be thinking about not relying on UNESCO or UNESCO Institute for Statistics to be the place where we go for information in this area. And so I've called for, and if you read the article, my colleagues and I call for an independent, crowdsourced, open access platform that we would build up over the course of several years, all kinds of information relevant to Target 4.7 that would be vetted by experts, in which you allow all kinds of stakeholders around the world to contribute. And so you try to transcend the financial constraints that currently exist for the, the kind of the high level monitoring. But the global monitoring that we look for becomes an emergent property after you've worked on it over some period of time. And the only model, and I apologize for taking so much time, I worked with an enormously beautiful guy at IBE, Massimo Amadio, for many years. And IBE had responsibility for carrying out the Global Conference on Education in Geneva once every 3 years. And in conjunction with that conference, the IBE used to collect information from member states about very particular topics. And he built up a kind of a qualitative data set, case studies about every country in the world. And each time, instead of asking countries to reinvent the wheel, he would send them the profile that he had online and ask, update it for me. You know, just tell me what's new. And that was a much easier ask for the IBE to give to countries than saying, here's a questionnaire, fill it out from top to bottom, from beginning to end. That becomes a real difficult thing for a lot of countries to do. And they throw up their hands and they say, we don't have the resources for that. But if you build up a kind of a platform that is dynamic, that is open-ended, that is involving many different stakeholders who all wish to see this transformative target go forward, I think in 5 years you could get pretty far.
Thank you very much. It's nice to end on a positive, affirmative note. So thank you everybody for your attention and for your participation. Thanks all.
don't know how to turn. Oh, sorry. I don't know how to turn this on. Yes, we can start. Hi, everyone. So what we're going to do today is just talk about storytelling as a sort of tactic for transformational learning. I'm going to use a microphone because I think it's easier for like online and translation and things. Just a little bit about me. So I'm actually not an educator beyond the educational materials I've created for APCU. I'm a person whose background is really in the world of human rights and campaigning. On a range of issues, including digital rights and media literacy for empowerment and that sort of thing. Beyond that work, my background before that is actually in the arts. So I come from a world of theatre and art making, which means that story was always a very natural kind of medium for me to use. And when I moved into the world of campaigning and change making in the human rights space, I started using story as a means to really create change. And what story really, really does, and what I think we're going to talk about today, is how story helps people change the way they think about things, the way that they see the world, the way they see themselves in the world. And those are key for change making. I always say, I recently just did a project with a group of mentees who came through APCU, where I project managed them. And one of the first things I did was look at all their objectives for their projects. Because one of the things that's very important to realize if you're in the world of change making and influencing is that you have to set your objectives realistically and understand that you cannot change someone's mind. You cannot physically go in and rearrange someone's thoughts. What you can do is influence. What you can do is plant seeds of change. So that is what story is all about, and that's what we're going to talk about today. This is going to be a little bit of a sort of lecture where I'm going to encourage you to ask questions and answer questions rather than an activities-based workshop. I think it just works better. There is so much information to get through. It's important to just point out that when people do storytelling and people learn storytelling, people spend years learning this stuff. This is not something that one does in an hour. This is something that people dedicate their lives to. This is something that people do degrees in. This is some people do PhDs in. So this is something that you cannot compress, which is one of the reasons I'm going to try and fit as much information in as possible. And I'm also going to encourage you all to stay in touch if you want more information and resources, and to look at the GCED Learning Center online, where I've done storytelling courses before, and you can get more information there as well. So the first, let me just. I've got to navigate my notes on my computer and this, which I've never used before. So give me a moment. The first question that I want you to just think about is, what is transformational learning? Because we've heard it a lot over the past day, but I haven't really heard a definition for it yet. So does anyone have an idea or thoughts about what transformational learning really, really is that they want to offer? Or any ideas? Oh, yes. Is there a spare microphone? Okay.
Yeah, not to sound too basic, but I think transformational learning is any sort of learning that can lead to a change in behavior, and that is, what's the word now? That is tangible change in behavior.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Yes? There's a microphone?
I think maybe transformational learning is taking the knowledge and actually using critical thinking to apply it in various contexts.
Okay. So basically, here's an interesting thing. I asked the internet for a definition, and there are lots of definitions, and none of them agreed with each other. Because I think it's one of those spheres where everyone's got big ideas and everyone talks a lot, but very few people are actually doing the work. So what the internet told me is that transformational learning is a process of profound and fundamental personal change in individuals' beliefs, perspectives, values, and behaviors. It goes beyond acquiring a new information or skills. It involves a shift in one's understanding of themselves, the world, and their place in it. And the reason I highlighted those bits is because I really, really appreciate this idea of shifting not only oneself, but the idea of oneself in the context of the world. Because we don't exist in a vacuum. We only ever exist in the context of the world. So if we are going to shift beliefs, behaviors, and perspectives, we also need to shift our understanding of our own place in the world. And that is something that story does particularly well. I just want you to think about this question. If you were to encourage transformational learning in someone, if you are wanting to change and encourage someone's shifts in behaviors, what do you need to know? What do you need to understand in order to create change and to shift within yourself? Yeah. Oh, as the person who is, so as the teacher, what do you have to make someone understand in themselves? What does someone need to understand to shift their own behavior and shift their own worldview? Yes.
I think first off, making the person understand that change is not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, that it could be good and it could lead to positive outcomes, first off.
Yes. So I think one of the important things that I always say is that you can't move unless you know where you're starting from. So the idea that change is possible is very important, and that is something story makes very clear. But the other thing that using story makes very, very clear is where one already stands in relation to the world around them. So understanding what we would call your prior position, that is what storytelling makes very clear. And that can be your own position or the position of someone whose situation or context you are trying to change. Storytelling is a wonderful way of locating someone in reality, locating someone in a context. So we're going to talk about why we use story, but the first thing I want you to think about is what story really is. Has anyone got a definition of what a story is? Everyone thinks they know what stories are because we talk about stories all day long, but what is a story? Ooh, it's a surprisingly difficult question to answer. We're all in a room thinking about stories, and we all. If I didn't define it, do you think you would know what it was? Okay, but none of you want to give me an answer. What? Guess. What? Someone dare an answer. You're all sitting in a room about stories, and you didn't think I was going to define story, so. Okay. Yes, you try.
I don't know the definition of a story.
Yes.
But why stories? It gives a context.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Getting there, a series of events. Anything else? They're interconnected. Ooh, getting there, building it.
It could also be an account.
An account. Oh, no, see, now we're veering off course, and I'll tell you why we're veering off course. So I haven't got a slide about what stories are because I didn't think I was actually going to ask you all. One of the things that's very important to realize about story is an incredibly overused word. If you go on LinkedIn right now, as I'm sure you do, and please do make friends with me on LinkedIn, if you go on LinkedIn right now, you will find 1 billion people talking about story in the context of business, talking about story as like, oh, tell your organizational story, all of these things, and none of them are, in my mind, using story correctly if we are going to talk about story as a transformational tool and as a change-making tool. Story is, at its very core, and this is, and one of the reasons it's important to define it is because if we are going to talk about what it does to people, we need to know what we're talking about and what we're not talking about specifically. Story is, at its core, something, an account, but a very specific kind of account. It is a narrative, and a narrative which starts in one place, then moves into a different space where change happens or realization happens or some sort of movement happens, and then either moves to a new place or moves to the old place again. But there has been a shift and there has been movement. So what story is not is a testimonial. Story is not a profile of a person. Story is not a case study. Story takes a situation, creates movement or decision making or some sort of action upon that situation or individual, and then either puts them back in the same place they were or into a new place. So it's 3 steps. And you will find versions of storytelling which define narrative arcs into sort of very sort of Western patterns of like sort of like 7-part story arc, and it starts with a exposition, and then it goes into a crisis, and then it goes into another kind of crisis, then it has a conclude. Like those story arcs, I mean, they exist and they're not incorrect. And if you've ever studied literature or anything like that, you might have come across that. I believe that that is unnecessary, and it is also not universal. So what I would like you all to think about is story as something which begins in a single place, creates movement, and either goes back to a single place or goes to a third place. It can go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. It can, as you say, be a series of related events. But it has to move. If it does not move, it is not a story. And why is it important that it moves? Where's my thing? I'll show you why it's important that it moves. It's important that it moves because it presents issues in their context. So you've got your prior position. So the issue you are trying to change, you present it in its context. And here's where it gets quite complicated. And I feel, like I said, feel free to interrupt as we move throughout this, because it's very, very important to understand this. You present issues in their context. So you have the prior position. You have the person, the character experiencing the world. They are in their context. They are in an environment. They are in a situation. We can, with a story, present a solution to their problem, right? If we are trying to create change, we suggest a solution. The change happens. Chaos, change, decision-making. And then we either see them in a new context, so we have proof of the value of that solution, or, and this is where it gets complicated but very, very important, we can see the impact of that in action, or imaginatively, we can see the impact of it not happening. And one of the reasons we want to do that is we want to create a sense of either satisfaction that there has been a change, or the idea that there could be a change, and now we are unsatisfied, so we want to make the change. Does that make sense? And one of the reasons we do this, let me just go back to, I've got it sort of more neatly written in my own notes. Hold on a second, give me a moment. Is we're going to go into brain chemistry next, so prepare yourselves. So basically, what you are creating is either an imagined new state of affairs or dissonance in an audience where they want a new state of affairs. You are shifting something either in the character who exists within a context and is experiencing an issue, or you shift something in the audience who now understands that character better. So one of the famous stories, take Cinderella, right? Are we all familiar with Cinderella? I don't want to assume, because it's a Western fairy tale. Cinderella, she exists. Very sad story. She's treated like a slave by her family, by her stepsisters. She's treated like a slave. She goes to the ball. The fairy godmother comes down. She goes to the ball. She sees a new world. The prince falls in love with her. That's not a story yet. The story happens when she goes back to the house, where she goes back to being Cinderella the slave. That alone would be a story. It's not where the story ends, but that would be a story, because now we identify with Cinderella because we've listened to her story. So we are now sad that she is back where she was. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? If we had just described Cinderella, the slave to her sisters and her stepmother, that wouldn't be a story. What we need to make it a story is that she goes to the ball, and then even if she went back, that would be a story. But the story doesn't end there. Luckily for us, the prince comes, finds her, falls in love with her, and takes her away. Okay, so that's the full story. But we've got enough of a story at the point where she goes back for it to be considered a story. Okay, does that make sense? Because we are no longer happy that she is in that position. Similarly, when we are looking at the stories that are currently coming out of places like Gaza, the stories that are moving people the most is when people are giving names. It's not a nameless person in a hopeless situation. It is now a person that we are unhappy that they are in that situation because we have gone on a journey with them by learning about them, even if they are in the same place. Alternatively, we might have a situation where you've got a story on your table, which we will talk about later if we have time, where we have someone who is in a sad situation, is given an opportunity and moves beyond. Okay, so there has been shift and movement. That is the definition of a story. Think of the 3 steps. Prior position, change, after position. The after position might be the same as the prior position, but there is movement backwards and forwards. Okay. Too many things. Okay, so one of the reasons we use story, and we're going to go into the details for every single one of these. One of the reasons we use story is because it changes the way people receive, respond to, and recall information. If you think about yourself as a transmitter of information, the only thing that you really want is for your audience to be able to receive it correctly, to respond to it in a meaningful way, and, very important for change making, to be able to recall it later on. Why is it important that people can recall information later on? Like, just think about it. You're trying to create transformational learning. What is it about the recollection that makes it so important? Yes? I'm saying, why is it important that people are able to recall the information they receive if you are talking about transformational learning and change making? Yes? What's that? Yes? But why do you want people to remember? Why is it important that they can recall what the information is about?
Sometimes they're able to relate to their own situations in real life.
Yes. Well, basically, it's application, right? People can't apply information if they leave it behind when they walk out the room. Okay? It's very, very difficult. So the recollection part is vital. So using story affects what we remember, it affects what we understand, it affects how we feel and in what way we will act. All of these, I'm sure you will agree, are very useful tools. Whether you are an educator, whether you are a change maker, whether you are a campaigner, whether you are working in a huge organization, whether you are working in a grassroots organization, what would the benefit be of a tool that enabled you as a educator, for example, to control the way individuals relate to information? I mean, I think it's about effectiveness, right? If you can't guarantee that people are going to relate to or react to your information, they're not going to use it properly. Okay. So why does story work? Why do we use story as a memory tool as an example? Stories give listeners a plot to follow, and if you have a plot, you can organize your thoughts and you can recall everything better. Think about the way that you remember a song versus the way you remember a piece of blank text. If you have a tune, you can remember the words, right? If I give you a paragraph to remember, you're not going to remember it. If I give you a song, you will remember the words very quickly after hearing it once or twice. Story works in the exact same way. It gives you a thread around which to organize your thoughts. Interestingly enough, the hierarchy of information, so what we call the hierarchy of information is the things your brain follows, the order that your brain follows things in. If you are asked to remember a story, if you are asked to remember a narrative, the first thing that you will remember is the way you felt when you heard it. After that, you will remember the structure of the story. The third thing you'll remember, and the least likely thing you will remember, are the factual elements. So the names, the dates, the times. You will remember how you felt. You might remember what happened, and you're least likely to remember those sort of concrete facts. But what do we do, sort of almost by habit, whenever we are giving someone information? We start with the facts. That's what people do. And then we wonder why people aren't taking the information we give them and working with it and and using it. this is what storytelling undoes. It undoes that sort of situation. We are all, and listen, now we're going to go into some brain science. And I'm not a biologist, but I've done a lot of work on neuroscience and the way story affects the brain. I'm not going to give you sort of brain scans, but it is very, very interesting, especially if you're a nerd like me. One of the things that happens is that the brain is hardwired for story. There are a lot of sort of linguists who think that the way language developed is through story. And one of the reasons for that is because story allowed people to, it gave people a reason to share information, but also it gave people sort of the memory of the plot and the memory of the narrative forced people to find unified ways of talking about things. Because if you were just listing objects, there's very little through lines. We are all hardwired to find stories memorable, and for a very important reason. If you look at someone's brain when they are listening to a story that is emotional, a story that sort of makes the emotional centers of the brain light up, what you have happening is both the left and the right sides of the brain. And if you know anything about the brain, you know the right side is the emotional, artistic side, the left side is the reasonable, logical side. When they both shine on a sort of scanner, what we know is more brain activity, which is what happens when you listen to a story as opposed to just a list of information. The more the brain lights up, the more likely people are to recall what they are using. The more parts of the brain which are active, the better the brain can use and access that information. And a story is unique in that it makes both sides of the brain light up. A story, because it involves character, because it involves emotion, lights up the creative and sort of human-centered part of the brain. Because it involves a plot, because it involves information happening in a sequence, it also lights up the rational and sort of logical side of the brain. And a more engaged brain does create more retention of memory. It also does a very interesting thing where regardless of the medium you are using, all parts of the brain light up. So if you are showing someone a film, even though it is visual and sound, the receptors in the brain that we know are part of smell, that are part of hearing, that are part of smell, that are part of touch, also light up. So there's a sort of what they call like a secondary effect on other parts of the brain. If you are simply using text, the parts of the brain that you reference in the text light up. So if you describe a smell in a story, the part of the brain which recognizes smells lights up. It's a very interesting thing, but it's a very important tool because you are trying to make someone's brain light up as much as you can. As a communicator, your key role is to make someone's brain light up. Like, I almost want you to think about that. That is your job. As an educator, as a communicator, you want someone's brain to light up. The more their brain lights up, the better you are doing in terms of making them understand and recall what you're talking about.
Can I ask a question before you continue?
Yes.
Yes. So from what you just said, I believe that context matters a lot when it comes to storytelling.
Yes.
Because if, for instance, you are telling a story about the 4 types of weather.
Yes.
And you use the 4 that we know, winter, spring, summer, autumn. And I'm coming from a context where there are only 2.
Yes.
Dry season and wet season.
Yes.
So your beautiful story about the 4 types of weather may not relate. I mean,
yes.
It wouldn't really tell me anything.
Yes.
So I believe the context really is critical. So in all this, if I'm not relating and it doesn't resonate because this is a very unfamiliar story that I can't relate. I mean, if I have no idea about a Cinderella story, and I know something about Kwaku Anansi's story, which is in my context. So I guess my point is the context really is important. It may not work as it is based on the context.
So that is what story does, which is where it also comes in as an important thing, is a well-told story will include multiple moments, and we'll get into this, where there are chances to connect. So if your whole story relied on someone understanding a dry season and a wet season, but they come from a place where there's autumn and winter and fall and rainy season, like, that wouldn't work so well. But because you're using story, you have more options at your disposal. And you have multiple ways of that person connecting to the story, and multiple ways of people connecting to the content you are trying to share. So you go through, we'll get into it, but there are multiple points of connection. So yes, you should always remember as a storyteller, yes, that your audiences might come from a different context to you. But there is something inherent about the way stories work on the brain, that even beyond those very specific contextual descriptors, character, for example, would carry that. And a well-told story will make sure that you overcome any kind of immediate contextual boundaries. But I don't want you to get hung up on specifics like a linguistic tool, because we're going to go into why stories using character will overcome that. Because one of the things that stories do as well is it is the only way I feel that you can really overcome contextual difference. So we'll talk about why that happens. Also, what I've got here is like, so the more pathways you open, so you might have, for example, the story about winter, a story about dry seasons, they don't match up. But a story will also include information where there are more chances to connect. So if you're just talking about, if you're describing winter, that's fine. But that's also, describing winter isn't a story. Describing a character experiencing cold weather who goes through, that is a story. See, so there's multiple places to connect, but you'll see what I mean when we go through it. Have you ever heard read about the idea that humans are hardwired to find faces and things? There are a lot of people that think that our brains work the same way when it comes to story, that we are always trying to find story, that story is almost like a biological reaction to the world. And so if we find patterns, we are more likely to recall things, we are more likely to be engaged in it. The elements of a story are expected and predictable, and what I mean by that isn't that all stories follow the same pattern, but we are all familiar with the idea of story, and this is something that I need to be very clear on. I don't believe in the idea of universals because we don't exist in a world where everyone comes from the same context. But there is something inherent about story and their structure which is sort of universal the world over. And it doesn't matter the context, and it doesn't matter if the contexts are unrelated. There is a universality to the structure of stories. And one of the ways I always sort of illustrate this is that if someone shows me a story and we kind of understand the idea of an introduction, the idea of a crisis moment, and the idea of a conclusion, people go, oh yes, that's a very Western structure of story. But then you show them a film, like a sort of a crazy avant-garde film, and they'll go, yes, but that film's different because it starts at the end. To which the question is, how do you know it's starting at the end? There's still an inherent understanding of the sort of passage of time, which a story takes advantage of. So that is a predictability, and we look for predictability. We look for order in things. We look for that. And it creates a very specific chemical response, which we are going to exploit. And it sounds very sneaky to exploit people's brains, and it sounds very sort of something that the horrible sort of politicians would do. But ultimately, these are the tools we have as change makers, and we should use them. So we are going to exploit the brain's chemical response to a story. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. It's very exciting. And like I said, I know I said you can't change people's brains, and I know you can't go in and manually change their thoughts, but what we can do is manipulate the way that their chemicals respond to things. So the first chemical, and it's all of our favorite chemical, we don't even realize it, is dopamine. So dopamine is what we call the reward chemical. So dopamine is something that your brain seeks out all the time. People who are addicted to things are normally addicted to the dopamine rush that whatever they are addicted to gives them. It is released during any emotionally charged story, but most importantly, it is released when an expectation is met. When we go, we think this is going to happen, and then it happens, we get an incredibly satisfying dopamine rush. That is a very important thing to manipulate, and it is an important thing to sort of be aware of as you are using story. One of the things I always say is that you know, I don't have children, but I know people, friends of mine who do, and their kids always ask for the same story to be read again and again and again at bedtime. And you're like, why do you want to hear the same story again and again and again? It's because it's predictable. It's because it increases the dopamine response when what you are expecting is given to you. So children are very, very receptive to it, and even as babies, they seek it out. So we need to exploit that, and I'll show you how to exploit it. It creates this feeling of satisfaction and then a feeling of engagement. So if you ever listen to a story or watched a film and you feel really engaged with it, that is your dopamine receptor kicking in. That is your dopamine thing going, oh, this is really enjoyable. And it's different to anxiety. It's different to excitement. It's satisfaction. Also, if you are getting a dopamine rush, you will remember what was happening when you felt that dopamine rush. We know that dopamine aids in memory. People who have ADHD, for example, they lack dopamine response. So if you imagine that that is what is happening with someone who lacks a dopamine response, imagine the opposite. And what we are trying to do is create a dopamine response, a sense of satisfaction, a sense of engagement, and then retention and memory, which follows on from that. In fact, it's very interesting because a lot of the studies around brain chemicals come from studies of people who have deficiencies or problems with those chemicals. So we see what happens when people don't have the chemical more than we do than when people have a large amount of the chemical. The second, and if you think about this as transformational learning, and a very, very important chemical is oxytocin. And this is what we call the love chemical. Oxytocin is what your brain releases when you are feeling cuddly and loved up and in love and happy and warm and snuggly. That's what oxytocin does to you. It also, very importantly for storytelling, happens when you are introduced to a character. If a human recognizes another human, you don't have to cuddle them, you don't have to hug them. If you recognize another human, your brain releases a rush of oxytocin. It doesn't matter how you feel about the person. The fact that another human is present releases that. And in storytelling, we've measured that when people hear the name of a character, when an individual is given a name, there's an oxytocin release in the listener, which is fascinating because if you think about how people normally frame information about social issues, often it's through anonymous participation in workshops. It's through anonymous survey results. There's a huge emphasis on depersonalizing the information because it's considered a sensitive way to share it. What you do with that is you make it less effective because one of the important things is that oxytocin creates empathy. So we know that when people are given oxytocin, they respond more quickly to pain in other people. So their empathy goes way up very, very quickly when oxytocin receptors are active. And when people have deficiencies in oxytocin, like when we've seen people who've had brain damage which reduces their oxytocin response, they cannot recognize pain in other people. It's a very interesting thing. One of the first things that happens is that they cannot recognize sort of like the external visual sort of indications of pain in other people. They stop being able to recognize that. And a very important thing that happens as well is that it reduces anxiety. And we know that when people are talking about change making, when we are trying to create behavior change in other people, create trust in other people, we need to reduce anxiety because anxiety raises it turns on the part of your brain that is a fear center, and that shuts down your ability to feel empathy. So we want to control that oxytocin. We want to use names. We want to use characters that are human so that we can make oxytocin happen. And then the last and very important one which happens in storytelling, and all chemicals are firing when you are telling a story, but these are the three that we want to be thinking about. Cortisol is the stress hormone. Now, we all know cortisol because we are always told that we have too much of it because the world is a horrible, stressful place. Cortisol is not good long term. It makes you sick, it gives you heart disease. We don't want it. But in the context of storytelling, it is very important because if we allow someone listening to a story to experience conflict or to experience a dissonance, remember I said like there's a lack of satisfaction, there's a lack of satisfying response, the cortisol level goes up. What happens when cortisol goes up is you create a feeling of urgency. And the best thing you can do if you want to create change is create a sense of urgency. And it also aids in heightening attention. So if you've ever been in a stressful, your attention is heightened, people will concentrate more on your messaging. They'll remember it better. Also, very interestingly, there's something which happens when cortisol and oxytocin are released at the same time, which is unique to story, because there are very few situations in the world where oxytocin and cortisol are released at the same time. And it creates something where empathy is combined with urgency. And that creates something which we call transportation. So people are able to imagine themselves in a different situation. And if you are trying to create empathy, if you are trying to create change, the most important thing you can do is make someone imagine that they are somewhere they are not, that they are feeling something they are not, that they are identifying with a character who they are not. Right, does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions on that? I know it's like a brain science lesson, but it's very important to understand that this stuff is not just wishy-washy. It is based in brain science. And quite often when I talk about storytelling, yes, we understand storytelling, but I'm talking to people who need to convince other people that storytelling is worth investing in, that storytelling is worth making time for, and that storytelling is worth putting resources behind. And quite often they find this quite useful. Yes?
Sorry, maybe you're going to get into this, but could you give an example of a way of using story where cortisol and oxytocin is combined?
So if you imagine a story where you simply have a character, so you've got a character, so immediately oxytocin, you've named someone called Blessing, walks into a room, right? So we've already, oxytocin has gone up because now we don't just have a woman walking into a room, we have Blessing walking into a room. But something happens to Blessing that makes us stressed. Blessing is unhappy, she's sad, what's going on? What's happened to Blessing? You've already got you've immediately got the dissonance because you've got there's a sense of discombobulation there, but you've also got a name. So it is as simple as that combination of factors to start that process from happening. But if you imagine the full thread of a story, imagine Cinderella. We've got Cinderella. We're starting to identify her. Cinderella's sad. Cinderella's got a horrible life. We've got both of them starting to happen again. Okay, and by the end of the story, the oxytocin lags behind, by the way. Dopamine is the first response, oxytocin is slower. So as the story develops, oxytocin goes up and up and up and up and up. And unless Cinderella has a happy ending, we're going to be in a state of transportation. We are going to be going, we want to make Cinderella's life better. Okay? These are small manipulations, and it's basically about it's names and discomfort. And you've got both. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, any story. Remember, I explained the story was the beginning state, the change state, and then back to the beginning state or to a new state. It's this state here that'll make the cortisol happen. It's this change, this conflict. Okay. I'm going to come back to values. So one of the important things about story as well is that it helps people interpret facts and see the bigger picture. So this is a bit like what you were asking about the weather and the different kinds of seasons, the different parts of the world. You might not understand something through description, but through story, you start to see the bigger picture because you can see the consequences and you can see the context because it is made apparent through story. Story gives you the space to do that. And one of the ways that we always talk about history, for example, is as a series of stories. And one of the reasons that, if you think about, there's a tendency, for example, amongst dictators and fascists to try and reduce the teaching of history. And one of the reasons we do that is because you don't want to make context and consequences apparent. Because if people can understand their world through context and consequences, the meaning of what is happening around them becomes very apparent. So we are trying to do the opposite with story. We are trying to make context and consequences apparent. Because story gives you that space to do so. Do you want? I want some examples. I want you to give me some ideas about what the difference is between values and identity. If I talk to you about values and I talk to you about identities, what is the difference?
I think values tend to be more universal in general. Different sets of people can ascribe to the same values, while identity has to do with a personal interpretation of yourself, and that is more personal. Yeah.
Values are what we taught, and identity is what we are showing.
Okay. Anyone else?
Sorry, thank you. Also, identity can be something that is used to describe a person based on action that has been taken, while values are more internal and.
So that's a very important point. So my definition of the two, and it's I think it's an important distinction, is that identity is an external descriptor. So your identity is normally externally imposed because it is in relation to external factors. So you are female because the world around you divides the world into male, female, and others. You are Asian because the world is divided into different groups. Identity is something which is externally imposed. It is also what is externally externally apparent, and I don't just mean in terms of like physicality. I mean, I don't mean apparent in that sense. I mean in that it is something that someone else would describe you as. Values are internal and they are self-created. What is really interesting is that people often talk about shared identities as a means for connection. So because I'm female, I'm going to connect with you because you're female, right? But that's using external factors and external things which I have not chosen to connect us. And identities also come with a lot of assumptions. So as, for example, as a female, people assume that I might understand motherhood, or that I might understand being a daughter, or that I might understand being a sister, or any of these other things that go along with identity. So a lot of times people try and create connection through identity. And you'll see that when people talk about representation, they'll talk about like representation in film. And yes, that's important. It's important for a number of reasons. But that alone does not create connection. What creates connection is values, because what we find is that people gather around shared values. If you are trying to make social change happen, if you are trying to encourage social movements to happen, it's no good to say, get a bunch of people from the same religion into a room, or get a bunch of people who are of the same culture into a room. What works is to say, get a bunch of people into the room who share the same values, and then change will happen. And story is the only place where value can be expressed, because it's through exploring character and motivations that you have space to talk about values and what people find important and how people self-identify in terms of their values. And obviously, the more space you have for value sharing, the more space you have for connection. You know, I think it's also been a very interesting thing, because what we've seen through time, and with sort of storytelling, and this is an example that's often used, is, you know, a few years ago when you looked at film, there wasn't much sort of LGBT representation. We're talking 20 years ago. And people thought it was enough to start putting gay characters into films, thinking that that would somehow satisfy a need for identification and a need for connection. But what you find is that people then say, this is not enough because these characters don't share my values. And people are more likely to gather around shared values than they are around identity, which, as I said, is externally opposed and changes according to the context you are in. Right? If I'm standing in a room, my identity in this room is as the person standing in front of the room. That will change when I go into another room full of men and I'm going to be the only woman in the room. That'll change when I go into another room and I'm the only South African in the room. So you can't you can't connect to me on my identity. You can only connect to me through my values. Because whether I'm in that room or that room, I'm a person who cares deeply about human rights, right? So that is where a story will allow you to explore identity. It'll give you space to do so. Oh, that's what I've just said. And also because there are no universals, because we are dealing in a world where, you know, I approach you as a woman, you approach me as a speaker, I approach you as a man from India, I approach you as a man from Nigeria. Like, there is no universal, but we are all people who are interested in transformation, right? So that is important to us as well. And while there may be no universals, what we also know is that story, when we listen to stories, goes back to the brain science, we connect because it's called there's something we have in the brain called mirror neurons. It's a very interesting thing. If I'm reading a story about a little girl called Coco who lives in Kyoto, and she is very scared because she's scared of snakes, and she finds a snake in her bedroom. When I'm listening to that story, my fear neurons are starting to fire. I have no connection to a little girl in Kyoto. But because my neurons are firing, I'm starting to relate to her. Because, it's just something which, it's what happens when we listen to story. We live it as if it is actually happening to us. Okay. Now, characters, I've spoken about this oxytocin response when you hear a name, right? But beyond that response, we also have an opportunity to use characters in a different sense. When we are describing change making, when we are describing a context which requires change, we struggle as people who live in the world and experience the world to change our point of view. We struggle to see anything outside of our immediate lens. I was talking to someone yesterday and describing it as the difference between navigating a maze where you only have your view versus a three-dimensional view of that maze where you can see it from the top. A story lifts your view into that three-dimensional view where you can see the maze from the top as opposed to just the wall in front of you. And you can navigate a system that way. Because what a story does is it takes you out of your immediate environment, out of your immediate lens, and lets you take a step out of it so you can see everything in relation to a system. If you are going to develop solutions that are systems-based or that affect systems, you need to be able to do that. And you need to be able to view a situation from the outside. And that includes understanding one's own impact or potential impact on a system. Through story, you can see the relationship between an individual and a system, and you can imagine the impact of individual choices on a system. It also includes the navigation of intersectional issues and obstacles, because through imagining a character in a system, you can imagine the multitude of factors and influences that act upon them. So too often I think we talk about systems change when we talk about change making, we abstract. So we don't talk about the solutions with a consideration of the various intersectional challenges or obstacles that an individual might navigate. A story is a place to explore that, both in action and in imagination. And I think, you know, one of the things about story, especially when it comes to systems, is that what we find is that characters represent parts of a system, and that's the exercise that I've got for you just now. Characters represent parts of that system, and you can see how they impact each other and relate to each other as well. This is, I spoke about this. So basically, two very interesting things happen as well when you are telling a story, is that there is a relationship between a storyteller and a listener, right? We've spoken about the chemical response. But story has always been a social activity. since the dawn of time. And one of the things that story does is if you are telling a story, you create a relationship between the speaker and the listener. This is not a relationship between the character who's at the center of the story and the issue. I'm talking specifically about the narrator in the situation. But the closer the narrator is to the issue, the closer the listener becomes to the issue because of that relationship between the listener and the narrator. That's one of the reasons when we are doing change-making storytelling, it's really important to sometimes make the voice of the person most affected, because that is the shortcut to allowing an audience to access the issue. Because that neural coupling, which happens between the storyteller and the listener, we need to exploit that. So the closer the listener, the closer the storyteller is to the issue, whether that person is affected by the issue or is speaking on behalf of someone, it's a very important choice to make, because you are going to locate the audience in response to the issue based on who the speaker is. And the other thing which I spoke about is the mirroring, which is an important path to empathy, because the effect on the listener is that they share the feelings which the characters in the story experience. It's very interesting. Mirror neurons is one of the reasons that you yawn if someone else yawns. Or if I even speak about yawning, you might yawn. Maybe you're just yawning because you're bored. But if I start talking about yawning and you start yawning, that's your mirror neurons firing. Okay. And it's also similar, like if you put readers on someone who's watching a scary film, and they start, your heart starts going up if you have a scared character on the screen. Even if it's a bad horror movie, if you're watching someone who's scared, you feel more scared. And they've proven that if someone has the whites of their eyes showing in a film, the fear response in the audience goes up, because they understand that. Strange but true. So the dopamine thing that I spoke about, and I told you that was very, very important. And this is where I don't like talking about manipulating people, because it sounds really like, nice people who make change don't manipulate people. But the reality is, what we need to do is we need to be influencing, and this is an important way to do it. We spoke about a story as a before state, the action, the decision making, the change situation happens, and then either you go back to the before state and you're unsatisfied, we want better change to happen, or we are happy that there is a solution, or the solution's not great. What we want to do, remember the audience is craving that dopamine. We have a choice whether to give them that dopamine or not. We are incredibly powerful because they are craving that dopamine, and we can give it to them or we can choose not to. And if we choose not to because the solution is inadequate or the solution is lacking or the change has not yet happened, what are they going to do? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to fill in the gaps. And what they're going to do is, if you give them an option to take action, they will take that action to make that change happen so that they feel satisfied because the story has not yet completed. And we see this again and again and again we see it with right-wing politicians, unfortunately, who instill fear in people and then refuse to give a sense of safety and then say, take action to stop your fear. So you get the right-wing vote happening, unfortunately. That's one of the ways they use it. But what we also have is campaigns and change-making campaigns which are based on the idea that people want a satisfying conclusion. So they will present a problem. They will present a potential solution, a future that can look like this. And then they'll take it away from you and say, oh, but it doesn't. And you've got to do X, Y, Z to make that change happen. And that's how you create that. And that's how you create sort of mass change and mass movement. And it really does work in an astonishing way. It's a well-studied thing. Or alternatively, what we can do sometimes, because you don't want to be horrible, you don't want people to be lacking all the time, you can also give them a sense that the solution that you are proposing, the change that you are wanting, makes them feel good. Because you have created this expectation that dopamine is coming, that happy chemical, the thing that makes them feel really satisfied is going to come at the end of it all. And then you give it to them. And they're like, we are now convinced by your argument. We are convinced that the change you are proposing is the change we most want. And that is a way you manipulate them, through happily ever afters or not having happily ever afters. You know, if you know, the best way to make someone watch the next episode of a show is to end on cliffhanger. That's what you're doing with story all the time if you're wanting to create change. You give them cliffhangers, and so they crave more. Or they come back for more information at its most benign. Which is what I've just said. Does anyone have any questions about that process? That process of sort of manipulating your audience's brain through story? Everyone totally understands brain science. No questions? Does anyone have an example of when you were told a story that you craved a different outcome for? Or something which left you in a state of, I want to know more, or a state of, I'm now convinced by the story that the solution is attainable, achievable, or something that is good for everyone?
Yeah, so I have heard same story from two different people, and the impact was completely different.
Yes.
And my assumption is that depending on how the story is told or how the story is shared, the impact could be different. So in my case, same story. One of them, nothing at all. I didn't feel anything. The other one, I felt it. And I had a lot of reflections. So it also depends sometimes on the one telling the story and also the person even listening or hearing the story. So there are some of these dynamics as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is a level of skill, but what is interesting, and this is something that and this is one of the reasons that I break it down into sort of the building blocks when people learn story, is because a lot of storytelling is just checking boxes. And that, yes, it might not be the most effective way of telling story, but because story is what it is, it will still produce those chemical responses. It might be a muted version, but there's almost no way around it. It's an automatic part of the engagement. Unless you were completely disengaged, those chemical reactions would have been happening. And one of the important things to remember as well is that story very seldom, if ever, does or should live in isolation. You very seldom hear one story. You hear multiple stories, and you create your ideas based on multiple stories. And so we are hearing stories all the time. Every time you turn on the news, every time you open a newspaper, every time you read anything, you are hearing multiple stories. And all of those stories are having small effects on you. They are having small cumulative effects on you. So if you have an amazing storyteller, unfortunately Donald Trump was a very good storyteller, and I hate that that was the fact, because it meant that he could speak to one audience once and make them change their minds. And that's very dangerous. And often the worst manipulators in history have been the best storytellers, because they can change the mind of an audience with one story. And also the other part of that is that there has been a tendency when it comes to sort of campaigning that the sort of positive change makers have been far more reticent about using manipulative tactics. But ultimately, everyone's brains are wired the same. So we've got the same toolbox. So the better the storyteller is, yes, the better your reaction to it be, or the worse your reaction to be, depending on the story. But very seldom will you be hearing a story in isolation or telling a story in isolation. You'll be usually be using it alongside other information as well as a change maker. But it's also very important to be aware of the impact of story when you are an audience. You know what I mean? Like, one of the important things is to remember is that as an audience, all these things are happening in your brain. And just because you understand that they are happening doesn't mean you can stop them from happening, but you can be aware that your logical and critical response might be very different to your emotional response, which is an unregulated and involuntary response. We know one of the things that we speak about when we speak about media literacy, for example, is taking that critical step back so that the stories that we are being told do not influence our behavior immediately. Which is why it sometimes seems strange to advocate for storytelling when I'm saying be careful of story.
but we have to sort of navigate this kind of strange space as positive change makers, because like I said, the toolbox that we have is exactly the same as the toolbox the bad side has, as the people that would limit freedoms and would limit democracy and limit all the things that we hold dear. We have to be very, very careful, and we have to be cognizant all the time. So yes, at its core, and again, it goes back to the idea: if a story is a real story, if a story takes you from here to the change, back or forward, it will have that effect on you, even if it's told badly. Yes. So basically, when you are dealing with audiences, I mean, that's one of the things about understanding, understanding your audience from the moment that you start telling a story. I think it's important to understand where they are in the journey as well, because remember, as a storyteller, you need to make sure that you are giving them dopamine every now and again. Like again, it's like you are lighting up their brains. So like I said, the one thing you need to do is light up their brains. If you are no longer engaging them from the story level, the change-making effect will be limited, because you will no longer manipulate the end, this response, the feeling that they're left with at the end. You've lost that ability to manipulate that. But engagement is a difficult thing, because especially, and one of the things that I have to say about dopamine is that we are living in a dopamine deficient age. Engagement is incredibly limited because of the fact that we now get sort of short-term dopamine hits all day long because of the way the world works. It used to be quite different. Back in the glory days of sort of old storytellers of yore, people would come to you for your story and they'd be like, Rev. It doesn't happen anymore, because people are constantly getting tiny hits of dopamine, which A, means they don't crave it anymore in the way that they used to, but it also means that the impact of it is far more, it's like if you take any drug over time, the impact will be less and less and less and less. The same thing happens with dopamine. So it is far more difficult to keep your audience engaged. That is why people do turn to whistles and bells and shiny tactics to try and keep audiences engaged. It's also one of the reasons that I always say as well that the most important thing you can do as a communicator is make sure that you are using names, getting the oxytocin going, doing all the things that you can control. If you have the resources, you will tell better stories. If you have the skills, you will tell better stories. But if you are ticking the boxes, you will be doing that. And you must just keep trying and trying again and again and again. I think the difficulty comes in as well is when sometimes people are in situations when they think they've only got one chance to tell a story. They've got it's very seldom the case, because you will be speaking, if you're an educator, you will be speaking to classrooms again and again and again and again. You will be making sure that people, this is going to be important, you are going to be making sure that people are repeating those stories on your behalf. Because the more people can remember, so the more you have gone into the sort of recollection part of people's brains, the more people have engaged so that they can recall things, the more they will share them with others. And so the power of those stories, even if engagement is small, starts to multiply. Okay, so the multiplier effect, especially in this day and age, especially with social media, is super, super important. If you have made them understand, if you have made them relate, the more they'll be able to recognize opportunities to share those stories as well. Because the more people have gone, that makes me think of that thing, that makes me think of that thing, the more they will be reminded to share that story. The more that they will feel, the more likely they are to share it. We know that the more deeply we feel something, the more likely we are to repeat it. And the more we've left them in a state of wanting to act, the more likely they will be to seek out opportunities. Remember that sort of that looking for dopamine. They will be looking for opportunities to hit that dopamine high, and they will be looking out opportunities to share their stories with others to create more change. That multiplier effect will come into play. So, yeah. Remember, like, every story is a small story that we, if we are doing it correctly, we want it to be repeated, we want it to be amplified, we want it to be multiplied. And especially if you come from a change-making and campaigning world, that multiplier effect is key, because you will never have enough people in a single room to make a change. So you are relying on the idea of the ideas being taken forward. Does anyone have any questions about this from a sort of educational point of view, or from a sort of transformational sort of point of view, when you are thinking about making change in individuals or groups, why that multiplier effect is so important, or how it works? I do not. Yes. So why does it matter so much? Because change doesn't happen in a room. It happens in the world, and it happens over time. So if you cannot be ensuring that the messaging that you're putting out in a room, the story that you're sharing in a room, goes beyond the learning space, beyond the sort of sharing space of that story, you will be limiting the change that story will produce, or the change that story will affect. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Experiences of that?
Yeah, one of the stories that was recorded this year, one of the teachers that carried out a project in Nigeria, not a teacher actually, she's just a GCED practitioner. She said that the reason why she chose to work with school teachers was because they have multiplier effect. That's what she's called it. That if you train with a single teacher in a year, the teacher can train up to 50 or 60 students, depending on the size of the class. And that teacher can keep teaching that same skill that she has learned to different children over the years. So that was what she talked about, multiplier effect. And I can see some similarities between that driving transformation from training the trainer. The message cascades down to different people.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's what we always spoke about when we spoke about viral things on social media, right? It's the same thing. It's the same kind of idea. And also remember, in a world where that is a way of spreading information, this becomes more important, you know, because now there is more competition in the space. There is more competition for information sharing. And also remember, your brain doesn't make a hierarchy. So if you're getting information from social media, you don't suddenly hear information in a classroom and think it's more important. Your brain does not have a hierarchy of information in that sense. It has a hierarchy in terms of how it remembers things. You know, the thing I said, you remember emotion first, then you remember the narrative, then you remember the facts. That's the hierarchy your brain has. That is how your brain defines your informational sort of centers. It does not have a hierarchy of sources or anything as logical as that. It goes straight to the emotion. So it becomes really, really important that the positive messaging, or the messaging that is going to encourage change making, has half a chance against the other messaging and the other stories that are being shared, no matter where the spaces are, no matter where they're coming from. I mean, just think about it for yourself. What makes you want to repeat a story? If you've heard a story, what makes you go, oh, I must tell you this thing I heard? Like, what makes you do that? What is the impetus that makes you do that as a listener? The shock factor. But why do you think the shock factor makes you do that? And what if you felt terrible? Do you want someone else to feel terrible? Your pity party. Yeah. Yeah.
I think the whole thing of good wins over the evil, because that has had an effect on me. I think if I share that further, that might help someone else as well. So the idea that, because this is also, I feel, a world where we're constantly, as teachers, this is something that I have heard a lot, that, okay, this is all in your books. No, you cannot really bring about a change. And when I see a story where there is some kind of a dopamine that I'm getting, that change that is actually happening, the good finally wins, I get that thing that, no, I can actually bring about a change, and I would want to share that with more people who are struggling because of the system, or because of the idea that, oh, we cannot actually do anything about the reality.
And what triggers, beyond going, because I mean, people don't hear a story and then walk into a room and go, I need to tell someone else the story. They very seldom do that, right? What is it that reminds you to tell someone a story?
So it's the context. something in the situation maybe reminds you of the story.
Well, that's exactly it. So but that's also one of the reasons when I say, like, the more chances there are for connection, the more chances there are that in a different space there'll be those triggers. So the more options you give people to remember it later on, the more likely that'll happen.
I wanted to briefly ask as well, then, is it very important to focus on the resolution if you want positive change? Because especially with like social media, a lot of the stories and the information is like just to get people feeling, it's like just the shock value. It's like just for people to sit in this and be angry. And
so here's the there's a very interesting thing about that. So those stories, those sort of shock value stories on social media, they very seldom are satisfying, right? And what happens is that because people are craving satisfaction, those stories, they often have a very short shelf life because they get shared, and then people lose interest quite quickly because remember, dopamine keeps you engaged. So people share those stories, but they often then fall off or are replaced with other narratives very, very quickly. So we see that cycle of social media. And what that is, that's a lot of shock value with very little satisfaction. And so people will find more. So people will click on another thing, and they'll click on another thing, and they'll click on another thing. So that's what's happening in that sort of social media space. So maybe if you bear that in mind, there's an opportunity for you to go, I'm going to give people the satisfaction of a solution, and your story will have longer staying power, and therefore more transformational power. I know you had something to say.
I think the question, the conversation went ahead, but just wanted to share that the things which I feel like I should share that story is like I connect with the characters basically. So the elements around the character which makes me think like, oh, it's interesting. So this is something which I should share. That, and then the plot, and then that's a different thing which I don't think. But I connect more with the character.
So are you suggesting that the story has a resolution?
I'm suggesting that you decide if it has a resolution depending on what change you want to make. It can have but remember, stories are very seldom in isolation. So what I recommend that people always do is that if you have a multiplicity of stories, some of them suggest the solution. So people have an understanding what that solution could be, how it could look, that sense of satisfaction. And then other versions of the story, other characters, other people in the same environment still require that change. They still require that. So then in those situations, there's still the impetus for action to create change in the audience.
Usually, I really like films, and I like the films with the open end.
Yeah.
And, make you, wonder about what it would be like, and, multiple possibility of interpretations instead of any
like
story with
ending.
a solution. I will be very unsatisfied with a satisfying ending.
So you're a difficult one. You're one of them. No, but it is interesting because you'll find often in those situations that those films are very, very carefully crafted because you don't want an audience which all leaves unsatisfied. So they're doing something else. And that's a craft thing. That's less about the structure of the story as much as it is about the craft around the film.
I think it's rather kind of strategic choice and also pedagogical choice.
Yeah.
And what you are dealing with, who you are doing the things. But for me, always developing eyes to see the complexity and understand, kind of accept ambiguity of life and things are very important because I often see that whether it is progressive and or kind of ultra right wing, the problem with the binary kind of opposition, the kind of thinking, binary thinking is very dangerous and So for me, when I think of critical empowerment, yes, it's unsatisfied, satisfactory. So that it's actually it's difficult. You suffer, but you have to think through, right? So I think I get the point of yours. How the satisfying story is really empowering, but at the same time. Also, when you think of critical thinking, then...
But here's the thing. So there's another part of that lack of satisfaction. And what you'll find, for example, in those films where you don't have a satisfying resolution, you carry on thinking about them.
So that's another tactic. So similarly to if I say to you, you want the resolution, sign this petition. That's a good way to get someone to sign a petition. But if you want someone to keep on thinking about an issue, that's a similar thing, because your brain will continue to scan and scan and scan for solutions, because your brain does want that dopamine hit. You can't stop it. So it's scanning and scanning and scanning. So that is a good way to keep people critically engaged, because whether you're giving them the option of an action to take or just letting them think about and ruminate on the issue, it's a similar model of what you're doing with the story. Yeah. Yeah.
I think also it's power dynamic too. Like, do I have the power to make the resolution, or the resolution is given, and I follow it? So I think we may feel more satisfaction when we are more participating, and have a power, or acknowledge that we have a power to make that resolution.
But that's another reason for the character dynamic, right? So if you have character, and character is very much the kind of through line through all story, characters make remember, systems don't make individual choices. Structures don't make choices. Individuals make choices. And so if you lead with a character, one of the things which happens is that there isn't a realization that choices are human-driven. Remember I said that people exist in a system. And what a story does is it makes the character in a system very apparent, rather than seeing the world like this, where you can only see your own lens. And there's this thing called the unified lens theory. It's very... the unified lens theory, and what that does, I don't necessarily agree with it, because what the unified lens theory says is that you have your lens. You see your world like this. I see my world like this. We will never make sense to each other. We will try, but we'll keep missing each other, because we all have our own lenses. And our lenses are all set slightly differently. The unified lens theory says that if you present a story, if you present almost like a little diorama of what's happening in the world, then we're all stepping back and we're all looking at the same picture. So we can actually have a conversation, because now we are all looking at the same picture. I'm not happy with that, because what that does is it implies that suddenly we've removed our lenses. And the reality is that even if we are all talking about the same story, we still have our lenses. But what is going to change is that we are able, through transportation, through all these tactics, to put ourselves in the shoes of that person. We are more likely to have a more unified discussion, if not have the exact same conclusions, the exact same feelings about the issue. We can at least now start talking, because we have a shared understanding of where things fit in relation to each other. And again, you're seeing that a lot at the moment with, like, we all know what's happening in the Middle East. There are two sides there who cannot talk to each other. They cannot talk to each other. So what you do is you go, well, here's this story. Here's this person in this situation. We aren't going to come as angry people from the side, or angry people from the side, or hurt people from the side. What we are going to do is we're going to talk about this man in this situation. And we are going to come to conclusions about this man in this situation and what's best for him. And we're all talking about the same man in the same situation. We haven't removed our lenses, but we are all now at least speaking the same conversation. So that is what story does. Yeah. Anyone? 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, I just want to share about. So sometimes, like, most of the stories which we get exposed would take us to that cliff and edge, and like, and then sometimes it would be driven by fear. But I feel like, there should be more stories coming out which gives us hope, which would take us towards, like, that dream world that we really wanted to create. Because sometimes, like, this, whatever we are exposed to, if we, like, we are being more exposed to fear, anxiety, and all those things. So we are kind of, like, leading towards manifesting more fear, more anxiety in our life, is what I feel like. When there is, like, more narrative coming about hope and the world which we really wanted, then there is, like, more manifestation of that good world, or, like, the better world.
And again, what story would do in that situation is make that alternative very tangible. So rather than, like I said, it's like you say, it's like a dream world. It's not a dream world. As soon as you put it in story, I can imagine it, and if I can imagine it, I can do it. And like that sounds very wishy-washy. Oh, if you can dream it, you can be it. No, it's not that. It's that if your body has gone through the chemical manifestations of the story, I have felt the real feelings, I have seen them in action, my brain has made them concrete because it has been visualized in my head, which is a story will do. You are far more likely to be able to take steps towards it. Also, an interesting thing, and I know my time is up, is that when you create stories which have solutions, a very interesting thing happens, and this is actually a good place to stop. When you create solutions through story, your brain makes no distinction between remembering a real solution that you have seen in action and one that you have been has been described to you in story. You remember it the exact same way. So it is a wonderful way to start countering that narrative, because you will remember positive change as if it has already happened. And that makes it all the more possible and more and is very motivating for people to create change. Your brain does not know the difference between a story and real world. It's very sneaky, but it's true. We don't know. So what we are doing is we are creating a new reality through story. And that is what we can do. Yeah. And there is so much about this. Sorry, I know my time is up. There is so much about this. Please email me. I have like 1 million pieces of information to share. This, like I said, this is years of learning. I've tried to do it in an hour. It's a lot of like words. So please, please get in touch, and I will share more resources with you and answer any questions.
Just a feedback, like, I haven't done your online course on storytelling, but now I feel like, I'll go and do that course on GCD online campus for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you again. We are going to have a closing probably 10 minutes later because our session ended 10 minutes late. So I think on the schedule it says it starts at 4:30, but we will start it at 4:40. But make sure that you will be seated by then. Okay. So have your break. It's in the same place where we had the opening ceremony. But they're going to combine the rooms together again.